love me so much more than I could ever know. Your love is deeper than this world will ever show. And all of life's beauty shines around this moment now. The sky and the cliffs, they seem to change my life somehow. And I will never be the same, will never be the same. Whoa, 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 I will never be the same, never be the same ever again. Well, here I am waiting, Lord, my life is just for you. Please unfold all the plans that you would have me do. And if all the world's just a breath and nothing's here to stay, and all of the love we feel will save us anyway. And I will never be the same, will never be the same. Whoa, 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 I will never be the same, will never be the same ever again.
Hello and welcome to SDAQ&A. I am back with Dr. Robert Wolfgramm. Good to see you again, Bob.
Likewise, Peter, and thank you for that lovely song.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you very much. Just feels like yesterday since we last caught up.
Yes.
So welcome everybody. Good to have you watching with us today. Every week I have been re-releasing an episode into the live arena here, both on Facebook and YouTube, of season 2, which was a seminal season where we looked into all things Des Ford Glacier View. And it was 5 years ago. So if you're listening on the podcast, this is 2025 right now. And we're about to go back in time 5 years to the interview I had with Bob Wolfgramm in season 2, number 15, I think it was. And I guess basically for 2 reasons. One, to ensure that the resource is available out there in the general public. Up until now, all of these interviews are pretty much, apart from a couple, pretty much only been available in the private Facebook group, SDAQ&A. However, I thought it would be important to get them out there into the general public. So that's the first reason, is to get this material out there onto the public platforms. And secondly, to also look at the content and see if it's as fresh today as it was 5 years ago. And what I've found, Bob, in doing the re-release is just how current the topic still is. The Des Ford issues, the Glacier View stuff.
Right.
5 years later, I wonder why. And we're going to chat more afterwards. We'll get straight into the video now, but I'm interested in your thoughts on why it's still relevant today, and why it may be still relevant when I invite you back in another 5 years' time for the 50th anniversary. And just a quick reminder, everybody, I've started a new channel for SDAQ&A. It's called SDAQ&A Highlights, and it's particularly for those who, like most of us, have a shorter attention span. All the episodes are around 20 minutes long, and I'm basically just jumping into the over 400 videos that we've got here at SDAQ&A and selecting little bits and pieces of each one just to kind of put them together into one 20-minute program. So I encourage everyone watching to go and just search on YouTube SDAQ&A Highlights. I will also put the link in the comments as well. And don't forget to like and subscribe. And if you've got a couple of dollars you'd like to contribute towards my channel and the things that I'm doing here, you can do that via PayPal. And just trying to find where that is. Here we go. It's just paypal.me/Peter Dixon Music. A couple of dollars really helps. And Moto Sapien is back. How was your Disneyland holiday, Moto? Did you enjoy it? We've got Crafty Az from New Zealand. Good to have you watching again today. And David's here. John's here. Boy, everyone's here. So we're going to dive back now. If you're listening onto the podcast, we're going back 5 years. I think around May. We're in May now. I think it's pretty much be funny to check the exact date. It might be today 5 years ago. And we're going to go back in time and listen to this recording. Sit back and relax, and we'll see you on the other side. It'll start. It just sometimes takes a minute just to catch up. It is 5 years ago. Hi, and welcome to SDA Q&A. I'm Peter Dixon, your host for today, and it's great to be here with you again. I'm joined today with Dr. Robert Wolfgramm Sr. Great to have you here, Bob.
Thank you.
And I was just commenting to you before we went on air that if I can just work a little bit harder on my hair and start growing a beard, we'll be walking on the same page. Hey, just a bit of bit of background of why I'm so excited to have you here. In the probably mid '90s, I really had a music shop, and I had a strong desire to kind of set up a newsletter or a magazine where I could really get all the Adventist artists in Australia, New Zealand, and the Pacific to kind of keep in touch a little bit more. And as I sat there, I thought, because I wanted to do an interview in each article, I thought, who would be the first person I'd like to interview? And my brain was half a second was, Bob Wolfgramm. And a few minutes later, I thought, and Ray Dixon, no relative of mine, but Ray in 1957 had a hit, #1 hit in Australia, a town like Alice. He also had several other top 10 hits, Begin, I think it's pronounced.
Wow.
And he became an Adventist pastor and left the whole industry behind, and passed away only maybe a year ago at, I think, age of 89.
Wow.
And it's one of the sad things that I never ever got to interview him. He and I were good mates, very good friends with his family, and he and I talked about that era so many times, but I just never had the microphone going. So to have you here today, Bob, is just a dream come true, because we went ahead, we did put out a newsletter letting people know it was going to happen, but all the way along it just kept getting foiled. So here we are 20 years later, with the advent of social media and podcasting. And the reason I had you as my #1 person to interview was because you'd had such an influence on me with your album. Initially, the first one I heard was All My Friends Are Sinners. And as a young fella in Kurrambong, playing rock music and stuff, we felt like we wish we knew there was kind of an Adventist group doing something in the rock music world. So when David Menzies actually passed it on to his brother, Mark Menzies, who was in my class at school, we were like, what is this? This is awesome. And so that really saved us and gave us hope. And when I was looking at the idea of networking Adventist artists, the thing that prompted me to do that was that people were like, I'd talk about artists such as yourself, and people would go, oh, I'm not too sure who that is. And I'd talk about Ray Dixon, and they definitely didn't know that. And I thought Adventism doesn't have this sense of the arts having a thread throughout it. So even though we've kind of gotten off track with SDAQ&A and it's become more of a theological kind of church politics platform, I do keep returning to talking to artists, because I really believe that the church would flourish in the arts if it kept a legacy going, If you read Rolling Stone magazine, there'll be Neil Young, Bob Dylan, Jimi Hendrix in every article. They have a sense of history, I guess, is what I'm saying. So we've got a lot of people on board now, so I'll stop prattling. But I wanted to just give a bit of background there as to how special this is to me to have you here, Bob. And maybe we can launch straight in by even talking about those albums. And I think before All My Friends Are Sinners was Bob, the album Bob. And I tell you what, the lyrics in that album are very relevant today. Was it called Refugee?
It was Bob in vinyl, and it should have been Refugee, but we got confused there with the how to package it and all that.
Yeah.
Originally it was Refugee, and it's returned to being Refugee.
That's
CD form.
On CD and on iTunes. So I want to encourage people to go and look up Refugee, All My Friends Are Sinners, and also Persecution Games. Those three were incredible albums.
All My Friends Are Sinners came first.
Was it?
And then Refugee, and then Persecution Games.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, in that case, I was getting the music across my table in the correct order then. Oh, good. So tell us about those three albums. And I know that All My Friends Are Sinners sold so many copies that it charted even in the mainstream Christian charts. It had a big impact.
We were street preachers at Avondale in 1971 and 72. street preaching in Wyong and in Melbourne, where I was calling home. Street preaching had begun in those years with pastors Jim Johansson, Pastor Cook, I've forgotten his first name, but they were street preaching with youth groups in Burke Street in Melbourne. So I was involved in both at Avondale when I was at Avondale, and then who was doing it at Avondale? Great guy, George Masters, I think his name was.
Yeah.
He was taking us to Wyong to street preach on Saturday nights, and that was great fun. Lowell Tarling and I jumping up on stage with borrowed guitars and electricity and thrashing out Jesus Blues number 1, 2, 3, 4. It took to turn people's heads and get them to come and listen to George and the other ministerial chaps who were practicing their art. So that was the start of a working relationship with Lowell, and then we seriously wrote our first song Vinegar together, which appeared on Persecution Games and is still a favourite. But when I moved to Melbourne at the end of midway through 73, 74, 75, 76, I was wholly involved in the street preaching project at that time, and Bible studies at a place in Weekley Road that the street preachers, a home that they had, and at Peter and Jenny McDougall's home every Friday night for Bible studies. And Peter would say, "Have you got a song for us, Bob?" And I'd say, "Okay, I'll get something." And during the week I was working for him, and then for the Hopkins brothers truck driving, but always the street preaching. So the Sunday night street preaching in Burke Street became a stimulus for me writing songs for the street and for the Bible studies. And that's how really the albums came out of that, because as I developed a repertoire of songs and those of our friends got to sing them, somebody in the group said, "We should do an album." And I said, "Oh, okay, let's do an album. And who's going to pay for it?" And so then I had to look around, and it turned out eventually that we had to pay for it. So we did. They said, "You go and do what you have to do to get the first album together." Sally's album it became, All My Friends Are Sinners, and we will pay the bills for the recording. And it was a great pressure cooker, Peter. You'd know as a recording artist that we had to pay, I think it was about $150 an hour or a session for a recording studio back then. So we had to produce the music, in 3 hours. And nearly all the takes on our albums were first takes, simply because we didn't have the budget to redo, which and so I became convinced that if we could capture the energy and the focus of those first or second takes, and then polish them with overdubs when we had budget. But Sally's album, I think, cost about $1,500 to make, and which is unbelievable.
Yeah.
An 8-track studio with Paul Bryant. Do you know?
Yes. Yeah. I think he lives down the coast somewhere, doesn't he?
he was really the genius that held us together, because
Right.
I had little experience in the studio, and but Lowell and Genna Levitch and myself, we formed the pact, formed the recording, Galilee Recordings. And when you're young, you have to do things,
Yeah.
because as you get older, it's a lot harder. And we did things, so it didn't seem to me at the time that we were doing something special or pioneering or foundational or whatever. That was something we believed we had to do, and we did it.
Mm.
The people of like-minded people who wanted to be part of it. And so there were a group of about 20 donors who gave to all three albums, and out they popped.
The quality of them was really good. Like, so by the sounds, you didn't have as much time to put in, but
Paul Bryant was responsible for that.
right, he's a very good ear.
He knew all this. I learned a lot from him. I pretended I knew stuff that I didn't. I was watching him like a hawk at his console. It was an 8-track studio.
Incredible. Now, I remember one thing that thrilled Mark Menzies was, and David too, was that you'd managed to get some of the Daley Wilson Big Band playing as backing band for you guys.
Paul had done that. He knew, because they came and recorded in his Gosford studio at that time, and he said, "Oh, I can get the musos. This is the guy." I said, "I need a really good arranger." And he said, "Oh yeah, I work with a really good guy, Charlie Hull, and I'll connect you up with him, and you guys can go and see him and talk about the songs." And as soon as I met Charlie, he lived up in the Blue Mountains. Went very nervous, I mean, who am I? Nothing. I'm just a guitar, thrashing street preacher with a few mates once a week in Burke Street. We go up there with, I think, Ivan Caldwell. You know Ivan. He would
Yes.
hold my hand, as it were, and Lowell and Genna, and I think about 4 or 5 of us went up to see Charlie and sell him the idea of arranging my songs for this first album.
Right.
Play me the songs in his lounge room. But as soon as we met, he was such a warm, you know the feeling, right? Those work from vibes.
Yes.
You get the vibe off a person, whether you're going to be able to work with them or not. And so Charlie just immediately said, "Wow, these are really good songs." I said, "Well, thank you, Mr. Hull." It was the first sort of outside of Adventist validation that somebody had given me, that I could actually put a song together. And the more songs I gave him, he was very impressed, and he said, I'll do these for you, don't worry, and I'll work out a good price and blah, blah. So the whole album, all 3 albums, he worked on the first 2 with Refugee, and then Mick Reed, his guitar player, took over half the side of Persecution Games, but he kicked us along and gave us the confidence to do the things, and he came up with the arrangements. I heard them for the first time in the studio.
Wow.
Brought all the charts. I still have them all. The musos turned up. "Hello, this is John, this is Mick, this is," and so on. We went around the room in Bryant's studio, and he'd say, "This is what I've got for Simon's song." Oh.
Yeah.
Like this for every arrangement that he came up with. There was nothing we had to change. He had captured, because I left him with a cassette of me and Ivan swapping, singing the songs with an acoustic guitar on a cassette. And I left him a second cassette with, "This is what I'd like that song to be arranged like. This is for the second song." So I had a whole bunch of secular instrumental feels and whatnot, you know, and he just followed all that, and he captured the spirit. You know, Sally's album has something really special.
Yes.
That immediacy and sense of, you just get in the groove, and
Yeah.
everything worked in the studio, and the bass play was great, and everybody was, you know, Bob, this is great fun, you know. And so, but Paul Bryant, you know, to his credit, he's the fourth Galilee figure, really, who's so humble and self-effacing. He doesn't sort of get into the spotlight, but he made that possible. As I'm sure you know stories like this.
And he was like the fifth Beatle.
That's correct. Yeah, he just said you can work together, and then out of that developed the friendship with Mick Reed, of course, who had been a session guitarist, and then he took over the arranging duties for half of Persecution Games, the innocent half. There's two sides to the final album we did. This is the innocent side, which is the what's, you know, folky type of, and then there's the rock side, or the rage side, the songs of experience side, which was railing against Adventism and religious bureaucracy generally. And that song, that third album, Persecution Games, of course, was a direct reference to the treatment of Desmond Ford.
Ah, interesting. I often wondered that even back in the time.
We identified very strong, you know, to me, Desmond was a saint. He was perhaps the best Adventist I knew. I couldn't fault him. You know, all the other, I was born into Adventism. I didn't join Adventism. Adventism joined me. You know, I've got a missionary ancestry, Peter, and so I grew up in the church, never thinking of myself as ever, you know, being outside the belly of the whale. I was inside there, and it was a comfortable world, and all my friends and so on. And I met great people to this day, my Adventist friends, or ex-Adventists, as some of them are now, still the dearest people to me, because in my youth growing up, I went through, after Suva Grammar School in Fiji, I came here, and apart from 6 months at Belmore North Public School, I did, you know, the rest of my primary school, 6 months at Warunga Primary School, and then Strathfield Adventist High School for 3 years, Lilydale Adventist Academy for 3 years, and then on to Avondale for 3 years, which I didn't complete. But so my whole world was Adventist, and still am an Adventist. It's tribal with me. There's no sense in which I could ever see myself leaving. I may get kicked out, eventually hang myself for views which are unorthodox or something. But I just, you know, it's genetic. It's in my blood.
Yeah.
And Des Ford was such a wow. You know, I first heard him in year 12 at Lilydale Academy. One of the teachers took us to hear these two preachers who were delivering down at Toorak somewhere, and on a Friday night, I think, or might have been, anyway. And of course, Des's language was overwhelming. You know, it was like, who is this guy? I've never heard a preacher preach like this. And then, and so that third album, if I can just touch on that again, was, for me, a protest. It was my way of marching in the streets with a placard saying, don't destroy Des, whatever you do.
What year did that come out?
That came out in 84 for lack of funds. We finished it in 81, 82.
Right.
So it it was done right in the heat of
Yeah.
battle, as it were, fresh from, well, Palmdale was the first thing back in the late 70s there, and then skipping all the way along to Glacier View. When was that? 80, 81, somewhere there?
August 80.
August 80. So, Lowell and I had a lot of rage songs, which which I adapted with a very dear guitarist friend of mine, may he rest in peace, Neil Farnell, that I'd been gigging with and working. He was another synchronous mind. And Neil, I explained to him what I wanted. And again, it was like we had one rehearsal with Greg Hewson, one of the street preachers, organised for us in a Toorak rehearsal studio. From there, we went straight into the recording studio in Glen Elstonwick, somewhere there, Glenara Road. And we did all one take sort of stuff. We didn't have time to muck around. And so long as it had the salt, the acid, or the bit that I wanted in the playing and the feel of it. This is also punk era, Peter, right?
Yes, I know. Yeah.
Australia's punk was a little later than the English American punk. We were about 3 or 4 years in popularity. I mean, there were punk bands through the 70s and so forth.
The album reflects that. It's quite aggressive musically as well as lyrically.
I think Lowell, who came to Melbourne later in the 80s, went and found it in a record shop in the city in the punk bin. I don't know whether we pioneered gospel punk, but there it was.
You kind of encapsulated in your first All My Friends Are Sinners was very much about the gospel, righteousness by faith and grace. The second album was very much about social justice. And the third one was very honest, open and raw, reflecting on the church crisis. And I thought you captured that really well. The second album was quite funky.
Thank you, Peter. I think you've summarised it. That wasn't a conscious thing at the time, but that is how it worked out as we went. I reflected on it and said, all right, now's the time to unload and put into our music the aggression and the frustration of being a part of a church that seemed to be unresponsive to people like us.
Yeah. And continued to be. Like I did some recordings that were a little bit along those lines too, based on your inspiration.
You're blaming me, Peter.
I'm blaming you. An interesting thing too that you guys did that not many Adventist artists really followed up on was that you put out great album covers. Now, tell us a little about the 3 album covers.
Yes. Yeah, okay, that's a great thing to pick up on. The first cover was All My Friends Are Sinners and Refugee were done by Carl Needham. You must know Carl?
Know him very well. Amazing artist.
He was a friend from street preaching. So occasionally he'd come into the street. I believe he came to Bible studies. I think we have studies at his joint. And in the early 70s, he introduced me to the gospel, soul, funky music of Andre Crouch.
Oh, yeah.
I'd never, I hadn't plugged into that. And one Sabbath afternoon, we're street preachers, we're all up in his groovy apartment in Burke Street, Camberwell there, and he put this on, and I went, what the heck is that? That's awesome. And it was the live in London or Carnegie Hall, wherever that.
Very famous album.
A very famous live album. And he put that on, and I knew Carl through through that connection of street preaching and Bible studies, and occasionally we jammed. So he had a guitar and his double bass, and
He's a good bass player, yeah.
I was truck driving, and I shouldn't tell the Hopkins brothers this, but it's too late. Occasionally, I'd take a lunch break and work my way to Camberwell and interrupt him, and we'd sit there and jazz on, and better get back on the road, and he'd get his work, and that was great fun. So, and then we moved to Callista, but so we made music together, and we played at East Brand Church for Jim Johansson, who was, rest in peace, very dear friend also, and he was a gospel pastor. So back in those days, we were, you know, our sensitivities were very sharp. We'd listen to the theology of every Adventist preacher we came across.
Mm.
If they didn't live up to our standard, terrible. We'd say, well, we've judged him, goodbye, you know, and we'd look for somebody else. But very judgmental, Peter, when we were young. But that's how it is. Anyway, we settled at Jim Johansson's East Brand Church as one of the places. He came up with both covers. The first one was taken, the photos were taken up at his farm.
Fantastic photos.
I don't know where the second one was taken. I suspect it was in his studio at up Martinsville Road there.
Yes, yep.
Yeah, and the third album
Beautiful property.
was Lowell's close friendship, and eventually I became friends and with Martin Sharp, the Australian pop artist, great artist, and began visiting Martin during this. Lowell introduced me to him, and whenever I went to Sydney, it was call in or stay with Martin, and I think he became my biggest, most famous fan.
He is an incredible person for you to have connected with. Like, what a human being, incredible man.
He loved the Refugee album, and in particular, whenever I'd go and see him, I had to put up with him playing Emmaus walking down the road at, 100 decibels through his house. He just and he was awesome. He was the sort of bloke, you just a kindred spirit again, and coming out of for me, out of left field. I'd started tutoring and lecturing in politics and sociology at the time at RMIT University, as it is now, and at Caulfield, becoming Monash. But we had great chats. He was so devout and so he really loved sacred art, and I think that's true. Lowell may contradict me, but he seemed to really respond to the conviction with which we delivered our albums.
Yeah. I remember, like, I used to cover Father in Heaven when I would travel around, and that's one of the most beautiful gospel songs ever written. I think
Mr. Silver.
It's right up there with El Shaddai, and I might sing it this Friday night at campfire songs, and
Please.
just remind people of its beauty.
When I preach, which is not very often, but I play that song as an introduction.
Right.
It's Lester Silver's song, just because it is such a perfect, worshipful,
Yeah.
Father, I come on bended knee.
On bended knee. I come so far beneath you. Beautiful.
Yes. Mm.
Another band I was in soon after, called Jordan, we would cover Emmaus live, and we recorded Have You Heard the News as well. And I remember too, on that album, suddenly going, hang on, who are these guys, Wagner and Jones, that you were singing about? And so that led me to just go and unpack the theology as well, not just the music, Initially it was the music, then the words and the production, and then I started looking into what you were saying lyrically as well. Now, with
Sorry,
though, so
can I just finish, Peter?
oh yes,
Martin volunteered to do the cover for the third album. And when I looked at it, I said, this is unfinished to me, what do I know, right? It looks unfinished to me, but Lowell said, no, that's what he wants. He wants it like that. And well, there you go. We'll put it out there. And so it went, yeah. I had no idea, and I don't know whether this is true of you, Peter. I had no idea which of my songs are like, they're your babies, they're your children. So I didn't really rank any of them. But the song that would always be requested at Bible study and in the street was Have You Heard the News?
mm.
That's why it's the first song on Sally's album, right up there. And Charlie did a great funky version of it. But I had to ask. I said to Peter McDougall, may he rest in peace. Peter, after Bible study one night, I boarded with the McDougalls. I said, Peter, why is that song such a, why do people want that song? Why is it popular? And he said, because it summarizes just about everything in about 4 lines.
It does, yeah.
All right, okay.
And I don't know if you intended it or not, but it is the gospel in a nutshell. And you're calling out, have you heard the news? And it sounds exciting. The music's exciting. And I used to often wonder, was it inspired by Des Ford's sermons? Because he has that have you heard the news vibe as well.
I was listening to a lot of Des Ford and a lot of Bob Brinsmead. I make no bones about the 2 greatest gospel influences on my life came from Des Ford and Bob Brinsmead. When I was truck driving, I bumped into the Millers who had been in Fiji, Jenny Wright as she was, and Wayne Miller on a farm at Melton. And I had a truck with the cassette player in it. And they said, look, here's a box of Des Ford tapes. This is in the 70s, mid-70s. Why don't you? I said, oh, thank you. Wow. I think they gave them to me, to about a dozen tapes of Des Ford's presentations at a camp meeting somewhere. I don't know where now, but I've still got the tapes somewhere. And there was another Adventist preacher sharing some of the tapes, but I listened to them in my truck, So I'm in the truck, come home Friday. What song have I got for Bible study tonight? And that song, Have You Heard the News? I'm pretty sure I wrote it sitting on the bed one Sunday afternoon trying to work up something for Sunday night. So it was like that. I think it was that song. But,
yeah.
So I didn't give a lot of thought to, I'm writing hymnody here or
No.
sonatas, or it was just what can I do to get through the weekend to not let my fellow street preachers down, and that just popped up.
There was a beautiful sense of progress and artistic creativity percolating. And I was just a young fella and we were jamming, and we knew that very soon we were going to be out there playing more and getting involved in the scene, so to speak. And we looked forward to being a part of this great artistic Adventist movement that you and others had created. And by the time we kind of started rocking it out and getting out there, a bleaker kind of scenario we were faced with. And we noticed by about 84 that a lot of you guys had gone, and there was an exodus of this creativity, this thought, this willing to speak up and challenge. And the Concerned Brethren had been very successful in shutting down the arts. A friend of mine on one of the posts, Brett Ellum, talks about his group. They were called Jonah, and then later on Walk This Way. They were playing at college, and someone just walked up and pulled out the power cord. we were suddenly confronted with this desire to just to shut us up. And some of us tried valiantly to, to keep on going. But the church kind of, in some ways, and I mean this word, I'll use a different word, in some ways cut both sides of the conversation off. The mainstream were shutting down George Burnside, they were shutting down Des Ford, and in its place, they were kind of just offering, I think, kind of a watered down version of everything. And we fought against this, but sadly, our mentors had gone. Can you talk to us a little bit about the exodus of this creativity, and how it kind of stems back to Glacier View?
It sounds like when you got the plug pulled out, that was your turn. We had that in the 70s, street preaching, when I remember Pastor Don Self, may he rest in peace, came and pulled a plug on us for being too rocky. But we didn't intend to walk away, and it would have been, I've often mused about what the 80s, 90s might have been if we'd had different administration, wiser administration in the church, because the effect of as your many guests already, and I'm sure beyond me, will see, it caused a massive problem. I identified Ellen White as an issue that I could study for my master's. I finished my bachelor's in 80 in majoring in politics and sociology, and my one of my mentors and still very dear friend, we meet for coffee once every other month in Oakley. He said to me, he was a lecturer there, and he said to me, don't stop, keep going. You know, when you finished one degree, you're mentally fatigued a bit. And you know, he said, no, don't stop, keep going. I think he was worried I might just disappear into the woodwork.
Yeah.
And he said, we've got some tutoring and whatnot, and, you know, because I had a young family coming along in the early 80s. And of course, that Glacier View thing coincided with the Chamberlains.
Yes.
Oh, you know, it was like, what on earth is happening? We have these two major upheavals. One that the world is just salivating about, and here I am in the middle of this internal Adventist crisis about, you know, what is the meaning of our message, and prophetic mathematics, and heavenly furniture, and what's it all mean, and you know, Adventism developed a leaking roof at that time, and I think Des put his hand up and said, I can fix the leak. Yeah. But all this was, you know, the world didn't know much about all that until a Time magazine article blew the whistle, 81, or it might have, you know, anyway. So to get back to that, a lot of my friends were so angry. They were much angrier than I was, because I felt I had studied, just finished 3 years of sociology, and understood organizations better, power, organization control. I came to see that Adventism was a political system, not just a theological one. It's a political system, and it's an economic system. People who control economic systems and do not like evils that threaten, you know, their income and whatnot. And it was this socio-cultural system, which you in music and other people in art and poetry, we'd all suffered something like self-censorship or outright censorship. Lowell will tell you about, you know, if you ask him what happened to him at Avondale. And at Avondale, we had a discipline committee in 1971, Sit to Adjudicate on Freedom, this musical we'd written about the cross, and they would send us notes about what parts were considered inappropriate and what chords were considered inappropriate. You know, Peter, all this stuff, right? So I'd been through that in the early 70s of knowing what it was to rub up against the system. And you know, somebody would be appointed to sit at the back of the hall while we rehearsed in the music hall on campus there, and they'd take notes. And so when I have copies of them, because then they'd send them to me. Robert, it's all good, but such and such a part is, you know, you need to fix that up, and take that song out or that arrangement out, and so on and so forth. So I knew a bit about that. And when Des came along, we didn't have any gospel politicians, I don't think. We had genuine gospel Adventists, but none of them were gospel politicians. And the political system aspect of Adventism is highly contested. And those brethren who were very concerned, I think you mentioned them before, they had the numbers. And I could see that this thing wasn't going to end very well. But because I was so caught up in it emotionally, I thought, I'm going to focus on Ellen White, because as soon as I left college, Peter, in 73, I immediately began reading every Ellen White book and article in every volume of Signs of the Times and Review and Herald. And I still have the notes in folders, handwritten notes of every time I came across her gospel. And I had not much time for her up until I did that. And in many ways, this may shock you, I hope not, I am a whiteist, more than an Adventist, I think. Because
interesting.
She's charisma.
Yeah.
Not the bureaucracy. And she fought the bureaucracy. And I'll say this, what I discovered was the bureaucracy was rigid and never changed, but Ellen White changed. If she was confronted with some argument, she changed her position. And that was always a problem for a bureaucracy that's trying to nail down an orthodoxy for a church they're trying to grow. And we can't have the prophet shifting her position on things. And so sociologically, I came to understand why they needed to, on one hand, pedestalize her, and on the other hand, marginalize her. Same things going on at the same time. Mm. And I think others have talked about how she was, 1888 was the classic. In the early 70s, Ray Martin, wonderful father-in-law from my first wife, may he rest in peace, gave me all these Ellen White books that he was taking to the tip. And I still have them. And one of them was 1888 Re-Examined. And that opened my mind to the fact that maybe the line that was being given to us through the official channels was not the whole story. And Wieland and Short had, in fact, come up with some information that was really interesting. So anyway, to get back to the thread, I was relatively insulated from angry, yes, because Des Ford was a great saint in my view. But on the other hand, I had low expectations of how the church was going to behave. And it behaved the way political systems behave, right? Nullify, unleash media, disenfranchise, alienate, exclude, isolate, expel, and the whole arsenal of organizational behavior was the subject of my master's thesis in response to Ellen White. So Harry Ballas came along later and he did a much bigger study of all of that and got to the bottom of it through his ethnographs of the hurt and the feelings. And mine was a Weberian statistical social facts study, and I came to the end of it in '83 and said, well, Ellen White isn't going anywhere. The church isn't about to fall. And from my study of charismatic authority, she will end up being, a part of Adventism still. And I remember Gordon Box read my thesis, and he was a bit disappointed. I think he wanted me to sound the bell, doom and gloom for the future of Adventism. But as a sociologist, religious systems, because of their political and economic, are very hard to knock down. And so the sad thing was that I took 10 years out of attendance. I just had to, once I'd finished my master's, we wrote some world-weary songs through the 80s, Lowell and I together, Shadowy Gods, songs that were reflecting the pain. So we'd gone through the anger, immediate sort of with persecution games, but we did feel, well, disengaged. We felt the church doesn't want people like us hanging around, and a lot of people felt that way and said, I'm out of here. And I wish they hadn't left me. And so for 10 years, I just wandered around in a daze, really. It was, a very hard time. Time for thinking Adventists who were just soft gospelists. We'd been, my version of Adventism is that it has its heart in the right place in the gospel sense. But unfortunately, because of the sociological aspects of its architecture, the type of people who seek political administration, power, the status seekers, and so on and so forth. These people, when they got together with a rump of brethren who were very concerned, wow, it got very nasty and bitter. So I feel sorry for you guys who, but it was your turn, Peter. It was your turn. I won't say the torch got passed, but it was your turn to do it. And from 80, when we finished persecution games, 84, 85, until 94, 95, I was in and out, a visitor to the church that I had embraced so wholesomely in my youth. I can't excuse its behavior, but there should have been, for want of a better phrase, some sort of national day of atonement with Des Ford and all the people affected by Ford and Brinsmead before him. It was a very disgusting, political, highly politicized theology that was being pushed. Quite apart from the era of perfectionism, which destroys people's true love, destroys. With perfectionism, you have to have rules. If you've got rules, they're going to be your focus, and you will never know the freedom of the gospel if all you're thinking about is, am I keeping the rules?
Mm. In fact, that's a very interesting mix, isn't it? To blend the religious dogma and ideals of perfectionism and um, some of the Adventist doctrine, fuel that with the political power and economic kind of scenario.
It's not coincidental, Peter.
Right. Unpack that.
That's what Max Weber would call an elective affinity. When you,
It's inevitable.
when you go down that militaristic, punish, root out, you will be a rules-oriented, rules-based religion. You can't help it. The gospel comes along and exploded all that for us in the 70s. And then we saw some other spirit come along in the 80s and nullify and try to destroy it. And I still feel the hurt that there was never in his lifetime a kind of day of atonement in our church.
Mm.
We're the church of the last atonement, for goodness sake. Hey, Peter, are we not? That's one of the claims we made. No one knew the sanctuary more than we did. And the heart of the sanctuary was the Day of Atonement, and we're living in the anti-typical Day of Atonement, blah, blah. I could go on and on and on about this because it's what I was reading and studying through the 70s. And here we were denying a very fundamental identity principle of our own making. We said that's what we are, and we refused to do it. And, at that time, I don't know whether you know, Peter, about 1980, I think it was, Roman Catholic Church finally said after 400 years, Galileo was onto something.
Yeah.
And that was, there it is.
So maybe in 400 years' time, Adventist leadership will say, Des was there was something good there going on.
Can I just, can I speculate for a second? My reading has brought me to this conclusion. If Ellen White was alive when Ford and Brinsmead were preaching the gospel, she would have come to the same conclusion about them that she came to in 1888 when Wagner and Jones were preaching the gospel.
Yeah.
I have no doubt in my mind.
100% agree. If it's inevitable, I mean, I left because I saw the inevitability of it and was just tired of the constant pushback, and greatly disrespected the no vote decision. Ellen White would have rolled in the grave because she helped set up unions for the very reason not to have this kind of kingly power. And I thought, well, I want to spend the rest of my remaining years embracing and not being kind of constantly knocked back. So while I still remain fantastically close to a lot of my Adventist brothers and sisters and love the tribe, I'm embracing other subcultures that kind of warm to what I do. To Adventist creatives, what hope could you offer them? Because for me, I was constantly being offered this carrot of it's changing, things are changing. Behind the scenes, yes, you wait. So by the time we see the no vote, the autumn council, the booing at Jan Paulsen begging Ted Wilson to not go down the path of the compliance document, it seems more hopeless than ever.
I can only agree with you, Peter, from my little understanding of events that have transpired since. But I still see the same wicked rigidity of no bending, give no ground. I know all this, Peter. I survived a coup in Fiji.
Yeah.
And that's another story. But I know about censorship and the implacable built-in features of militarized religion. You know, it's armed, it's weaponized with rhetoric, with the language of fear. I say we as an Adventist, I don't know whether I will in my lifetime see a leadership which reflects the gospel I believe. It's something I privately pray for, but my sociological instincts tell me, Peter, Gordon Box asked me once, he said, when he was leaving the church, and he said, I can't stick around, Bob, and I don't know why you are. And I said to him, Gordon, this is my church. I am this church. I'm not gonna leave, and they'll never kick me out. Well, you can sign papers and have votes, but this is what I am. It's my identity. And so I'd studied the sociology of religion, and the great Neville Knight, one of my mentors I mentioned earlier, and to me, places of worship were not like supermarket shelves that I could just walk through and pick one and say, today I'm going to be an independent nonconformist Baptist. Yeah, I'm going to be a Lutheran. I couldn't. So I could see Gordon understood that perspective, and it's a perspective I still have. When people challenge me, I challenge them back. But who am I? I'm just nothing now, especially now.
No.
I retired, and I think I've got about 10 years on you, haven't I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You look younger though.
Have I answered that question?
Yes. I'd be interested to chat with Lowell on Friday because you stayed, he left.
Yes.
They're interesting because you're in the same garden,
But friendships
Yeah.
have to remain.
Yeah.
I feel for those who were disfellowshipped, not only by their church family, but by their family. And there are those stories. And when I was doing my BA, I looked at Brinsmead. I studied Brinsmead as my final BA thesis in sociology.
Wow.
And Lowell's a great mate, That thing, those papers I wrote on Brinsmead, he immediately took them and put them as referenced them in his book, The Edges of Adventism, which he had been working on independently outside of, and so there was this exchange going on all the time between us, and still goes on, and friendship being what it is. Because I met him in 1965. Awesome. He was on a train, on a North Shore train. He'd gotten on at Turramurra, and I got on at Pymble, and we were both going to Strathfield Adventist High School. He was a couple of years ahead of me, like Form 3. I was a Form 1er. I'd only been out of Fiji 2 years, right? The Beatles have hit. Everything's happening. Lowell had the same uniform. Wow, who's that guy? With the hat, groovy hat, and he had his guitar. Kill Fascists it had on it. Side it out. 1965, he's a student and I'm a student. We get on the same carriage. He's with a group of girls who will go to Presbyterian Ladies College or something like that. We were catching the train up to Hornsby to then go down to Strathfield. But between Pymble and Hornsby, he had those girls in awe. And me, looking from the other end of the carriage. He's up there dancing and grooving around with his guitar doing Van Morrison and then Gloria. You know,
Yeah.
wow, who is this guy? That's the first encounter I had with Lowell Tarling.
He makes an impression, doesn't he? It'll be interesting chatting. It wasn't planned this way, but this is the week of the sociologists with you today. Rick Foray on Thursday, Lowell on Friday. What do you think? What do you think it is? So, have you heard of any kind of environments or systems like the Adventist one, where you've got the blend of dogma, politics, power, economics, that did break away from it? You're saying, is there hope from a sociological perspective?
No, I don't think so. But unless you get political gospelers, it's numbers. It's numbers, Peter.
So
and most of us regard politics. Most of us regard politics as sort of dirty, but it isn't, because I have a great American scholar friend, Jim Skillen, who comes out of the Reformed Calvinist background, and he's written a wonderful book back in 2014 called "The Good of Politics" and why politics is necessary. Every now and then you read a book or you hear a song you wish you'd written. And Father in Heaven was like that for me. Oh, I wish I'd written that song. Well, Jim's written this great book, The Good of Politics, and it says all the good arguments for why good people should get political, because we are often on the receiving end of bad politics undertaken by certain strong personality types.
Is it possible to get political and then maybe start something different that held the beautiful values that we love within Adventism, the tribe, the exploration, the acceptance of divergent views? I'm talking about those that are trying to be a bit more gospel-centered in the way we're talking about. What would be wrong if the Norwegian Union said, "Hey guys, we're stepping aside. Let's start something different"?
Nothing would be wrong with that.
Do you think sociologically they would then have the same problems, or is it possible to have systems that can avoid these problems?
No, look, it is possible to have systems. One example I give you is that when that personality cult church, the Worldwide Church of God, when that moved from being that, and they discovered the gospel, they dismantled themselves.
Yeah.
And that's a rare thing, but that's what they did.
Yeah.
But it is possible, if you're prepared to do the networking and the numbers and find the people who are committed, to have a church of what I called in my master's thesis, integrated pluralism.
I like it.
Integrated pluralism. You can have independent pluralism. No, integrated pluralism, which still maintains the ties from the edges to the center. It doesn't threaten the economic system, people, but it gets theology off the front pages. I just wish I belonged to a church that just stopped arguing about theology. For goodness sake, Peter, it's we need somebody like that who'll get up and say, from the top down, this is what we're going to be like. We're going to have pluralism, but we're going to remain integrated. Are you in favour of that? Yes, I'd vote for that person.
And Jan Paulsen was a bit of that guy, wasn't he, for a while?
There you go. You see, so these things can happen, Peter, but all in God's timing, ultimately. But that is a model that is possible. We don't have to be living in a hegemonic totalitarian state. The 80s came to terms with those and decided enough.
Yeah.
And the walls came down. But
I guess for me, I kind of have that in a way. I've still got that beautiful connection, um, and a bunch of us do get together and focus on that beauty, and it's on a Sabbath, and it's all, and we don't care if there's only 10 people. It's not about a numbers kind of game. Can,
Sadly, we have retreated into our various planets.
yeah. I remember in the early 90s, and did you kind of come back on the scene around 93-ish?
Yes, I wasn't planning to come back then. When I came back, Peter, I I went to church on my wife's second wife on her ancestral island in Fiji, and a very small village church. To get to Vanuatu from Suva is like a 12-hour boat trip. You better be ready with the seasick pills to even get there. And you get there and it's technically on the other side of the date line, the 180 degree. You feel you're on another planet anyway.
Yeah.
And just out of the blue, I said, I'd like to go and visit. I was coming to the end of my doctoral research, which was on Fiji. I'd like to go and visit the Moore-Level Church, village church. They're a predominantly Adventist village. You know how these things go. You get predominantly Catholic villages. This is a predominantly Adventist village, and chiefly. And my grandfather knew people. Some of his students were now leaders in the church there. And he had just recently died, like a year before. So we went to this church, maybe 20 people in the church, villagers. And sitting up the back was the disgraced former Adventist leader for the Fiji mission. And he's in church. And I just took one look at him and it blew me away. I teared up. I thought, here's this guy that's been kicked out of the church for various misdemeanors. But here he is still coming to church, and the church still accepting him and welcoming him. And I could feel the love in that little 20 person. And I thought to myself, why isn't my experience of Adventism like this, where disgraced people can still fellowship? And why are we so puritanical and perfectionistic and driven by impulses to purge?
Yes. Purge and ostracize, suppress and oppress.
So when we came back to Australia after that break also a week before we left Fiji, our 4-year-old son died.
Yeah.
In the backyard, and that completely blew us.
Yeah.
We had no idea. And it was very, very disastrous. My wife's sister's eldest daughter, who was 5, they drowned together. Both fell into a flooded creek. And we don't know the exact circumstances, but it's another story. But we grieved for 6 months intensely, bitterly, tears every day for 6 months when I came back. Monash was very kind to me. They said, you can't teach. Go take a time out. So we took time out and we had the curtains drawn every day for 6 months. We couldn't open the door, Peter. We were so ashamed. So ashamed that this little life that had been given to us to take care of, we couldn't take care of. And it was just the emptiness of feeling we had failed as parents, our duty of care to this child. And it happened just like that. Backs were turned.
Yeah.
People were busy.
Can happen to anyone.
Happened to anyone. So in that 6 months, people would want to talk, but we couldn't face people. We're so ashamed. And I said to my wife, Lupe, I said, we're not going back to church. I don't want this grief to be a basis for going to worship. If you feel like going to church, though, I said, I'll go to church. I said, the only church I know is the Adventist church. She was Catholic. So if you do want to go to church to help with this grieving process, we'll go to church. I'll find out who's at Frankston, where we were living. I was living in a Monash unit for 3 years when we came back. Very good Monash to me. And then I said, you say that whatever Friday. She had no idea about Adventist beliefs, doctrines, other than what I'd told her. She knew a little bit about my Adventist background. So out of the blue one Friday, she said, I think I'm ready to go to church. I think I want to go to church. I said, oh, okay. Well, we looked up the phone book. It wasn't internet, online Google in those days. We rang the number and Sabbath school, same old time. The church is here and on Cranbourne Road. So we went. We got out of the car. I had no idea what to expect, having heard through many friends the horrors of perfectionistic purges in the church. I had no idea what was going to happen, other than I had already, right from the word go, right from our first meeting with Lupe 3 years earlier, I'd given her the gospel. I said, you will never be able to live with me or understand me until you understand the gospel I believe. And it blew her mind, coming from Catholicism. It blew her mind. So that's all she knew about. I said, I don't even know you'll get the gospel in church. But it's the only church I know. Let's go to church. Okay, well, I'll take you to church. We get into the car park, freezing day, and the elder who meets us outside the closed door of the church, because it was cold, had cigarette nicotine stains on his fingers. And I thought, well, that's a good sign. That looks promising. I think he's ashamed of it now. He's no longer, but he had it. And we shook hands. He said, hi, guys, welcome, come in. And the welcome that those people I'd never set eyes on, didn't know any of them. The welcome they gave us that day was God sent. We felt like, forget the theology. These people got good hearts.
It was pastoral. It was home.
And immediately Lupe, she said, I think after we came home and talked about it, she said, I think I better become an Adventist. I said, well, you realize you're going to have to take lessons and blah, blah, blah. And it turns out the pastor at Frankston at that particular time was this wonderful gospel guy. Wonderful, wonderful gospel. I don't know what's happened to him. After 3 years of him, somebody else came in. But talking to the pastors who had some discussion with me, because I was at that time teaching at Monash, I realized they were gospelers. And don't get too disturbed by all the perfectionism that you see in the bulletin or whatever, And it was for me, I thought, well, good on you guys. I know what some of them had been through and what you have to go through to maintain some kind of presence and keep your conscience clear and all this stuff, So that's how that happened. Is that where we were with your question?
Yeah. Yes. Very good answer. And look, I've got a 6-year-old and a 7-year-old, and I've often reflected on your loss as I hold my little girls.
Hug them. Yes.
and how that must have been the worst experience.
It was so, those things you're unprepared for. It's just like somebody's whacked you
Yeah.
across the head and said, "Wake up!"
How?
And why didn't I hug him when But you don't know. You don't know what's going
No, no.
on.
How beautiful that you were able to find solace within the arms of a bunch of people that had grasped the gospel.
It was a wonderful, and those Frankston friends are still very dear friends. And the only place that we go to church, even though it's half an hour's drive away from Ringwood, I think I go past about a dozen churches to get there. But they're our family in that experience. And that's the heart of Adventism
Mm.
that I relate to. And because I never knew theological debates until I came to Australia. In Fiji, no one argued about theology. You wondered whether your white shirt was pressed enough.
We lived there for 3 years. Dad was working for the CPUM, and they were the best 3 years of my life in many ways.
Wonderful place, yeah. You're up on the hill, right?
Yeah, yeah, Tamavua.
Yeah, that's
And
right.
I also went to Suva Grammar
Yeah, there you go, Peter.
and Bulla Primary School.
I didn't know you were a grammar boy.
Yeah,
That
grammar
changes
boy.
everything.
What was that?
That changes everything.
We'll do the secret handshake.
The first theological setting I found myself in, I was only in Form 1 at Strathfield, and there were two students higher up in Lowell's years ahead of me, a guy called Darryl Davies, who was built like a short hooker for a scrum, and there was Ernest Klotz, I believe his name was, tall, lanky, bookish guy with glasses, and they were standing in the quadrangle at Strathfield one morning as students were coming in to the school with leaflets and brochures from Brinsmead in their hands. And I just went, wow, what are these guys on about?
So welcome to the theology.
Peter, we were on another planet compared to any other ordinary high school.
Yeah.
Where would you see in any other high school two of your fellow students handing out leaflets about whether the latter rain preceded the loud cry, or whether Revelation 18? I mean, these were obscure theological arguments at another level, and here were two students. Lowell was into pop music, and I was following him. And here were these two guys, and I just thought, wow, what's this about? And they couldn't explain it to me because I had no grounding in Adventist theology. I'm 13 years old, but they were so enthused, and I could see from their faces they really believed the stuff that they had read from Brinsmead on the sealing, the judgment, perfection, and all this stuff. Wow, and they made an incredible impression on me. I've never forgotten their faces, just because of that conviction they had and that sincerity. They were both kicked out of school. That they were both kicked out, and I just thought, what? I've reflected later about what was that about. But that's part of the whole sickness of a hegemonic approach. Trump dominate. A hegemonic approach to power. There's power from above, power from below, and there's power from within. And we seem to be, as a religious system overall, scared of that power from below and the power from within, because it's all got to be.
I want to dig into that. just a quick aside that you've reminded me. When we kind of first started talking in the early to mid '90s, um, you sent me a bunch of cassettes of songs you'd written during that era, the post
Wow.
'83 to early '90s stuff that you were writing, and
Wow.
they were great songs. And will they ever see the light of day? Do you think, or will I just be able to transfer them from cassette to CD and listen to them?
You have my permission. I have
I
no
won't. I won't sell them. I won't sell them.
I have no idea, Peter. I, I retired basically from, but every now and then the song idea will come to me, and I'll convert this little space, which is half of my bedroom, into a studio
Mm.
recording place. So I just go from a mic straight into the laptop.
Even just released as in batches of 12 songs chronologically, just guitar vocals as is. They've got lots of thoughts and feelings and beautiful melodies and lyrics that I think would help people see the progress of you artistically from the early days forward. But that's a little aside, something for you to think about. To that power and the silencing, I'm interested from a sociological perspective on why this happens. So, for example, early '90s, a bunch of us all fired up to bring the gospel into the North New South Wales Conference, um, and we made a list of the names, 32 names of all of us that were into this kind of thing, and there were people there that were studying theology, young pastors, all saying, when we get into positions of power, we're going to change it. We're going to change it. And we were all fired up, and there was a really beautiful era that persists to this day, actually, in the North New South Wales Conference. A lovely Christ-focused gospel. There's plenty of churches you can go to in the North New South Wales Conference. On both sides, actually, there's a really nice. You can go to a conservative church and feel very accepted. You can go to a more liberal church and feel the same kind of positive treatment. But as I look back, and this series has made me look back onto that list of names, I'd say half of them are now agnostic or atheist. 2/3 of them have left the church. Some have stayed and have gotten quite high, but as they've moved up in the church, they don't speak out so much. What is it that threatens people from a sociological perspective? Because there must be more than one reason. Like, what silences our division and union leaders and conference leaders, based purely from
Well,
a sociological perspective, not from any personal sense of.
I can only speak generally, Peter.
Yeah,
What I'm saying is not based on research I've done on
yeah,
Adventist church leadership,
that's
but
right. That's what I want to know.
yeah, there's a lot of organizational sociology, like books that can fill libraries, which I don't know whether Avondale or Lone, I don't know whether our institutions, educational institutions, have ingested the findings, the wisdom, and the principles that various people have discovered in their understanding of organization. And part of the problem is that the sociology of organizations, take a classic, William White, the organization man, Robert Preston in his study of bureaucracy, Amitai Etzioni, and all these people, so much there. Max Weber kicked down the door of organizational understanding. And I don't know whether these people have ever taken time to consult these sources, but there is an iron law of oligarchy, Robert Michel's, that develops in every democracy, and it's political again. But each, in a bureaucratic organization, each ascending level produces a corresponding consciousness to maintain that level. So we are socially shaped by the fact of needing to be promoted, be promoted, be promoted, be promoted. And at every step in a hierarchical organization, power invariably, Communist Party in China, power invariably has to concentrate, Pope Francis, in, somebody. And we become shaped by that process of promotion. It limits our freedom, literally, to do the idealism, and it encourages us to submit to the pragmatism. So idealism is down here at the grassroots level. Once you start going up into an organization, pragmatism displaces idealism. And eventually you can become quite unprincipled.
Yeah.
By the time you get to the
Unprincipled or silent.
silence. Silence is complicity in where is that idealism? Where is it? It disappears. And
When sorry to interrupt, I don't want to forget when a lot of Des Ford in conversations I had with him before he died and hearing him speak occasionally, he would often say, most of these guys behind the scenes agree with me. And I know most of the people I talk to would agree with Des behind the scenes, but they won't speak up. What kind of... So I want to know, and you're explaining that very well. I'm now understanding that. But what kind of damage does that cognitive dissonance do to those kind of people that are just wanting to speak up, but don't want to lose their job, don't want to lose their place in the hierarchy? How do they remain idealistic? I guess they say to people like you when you were young and me when I was young, it's changing in hushed conspiratorial tones. But what does it do to them psychologically over a lifetime?
well, that cognitive dissonance has to be resolved one way or the other. You can't live in that cognitively dissonant world in your head and be a healthy individual in mental terms. And I suspect that a lot of that frustration gets transposed into a private bitterness. Some of it gets transposed into corruption, moral corruption, escapism. When you can't get to your ideals, people will become very, and I'm thinking of the televangelists, remember, who put on the self-righteous front in front of the cameras, but were privately doing all kinds of things. So they become very practiced for a while at leading that dualism, of managing it, but you can't do it forever. And I admire people like Bob Brinsmead, who realized he just couldn't maintain the dissonance once he came to his own understanding of things. And, off he went on another trajectory to find where he is now. I'd be very interested in your interview with him, because I do keep in touch with Bob. Every 6 months I send him a note and we talk a bit about where we are at. And
Wow.
he's got an amazing story to tell, because, as you know, he came from right in the most holy place of Adventist theology, if I can put it that way, to, you know, now on planet X. I hope you don't say that. You can say I had a good laugh about it, but he's you know, so his journey is an incredible journey, and at every stage of the way, I'll give it to him, he has integrity.
Yeah.
And has said, right, I was wrong on that, now I'm here.
Yeah.
This is where I'm going to go until I, you know, and he's like an onion you peel, because he's I don't know whether he's down to the core, but of where he wants to be. He may still peel another level of skin off, or, you know, wow. I mean, I don't have that. I live in my own world and find fellowship in Adventism, as I was explaining before. But don't ask me to explain any of the theology. Peter, I became involved in a Bible translating project that has taken me through the Old and New Testament many times over the last 10 years, is where I've been, helping Fijian translators understand stuff. And so I've had to become a self-taught, you know,
Theologian.
Hebrew and Greek researcher. I won't say authority or scholar. I just say researcher. So, and as I've gone through that process, I can see how difficult Bible scholarship is, and so, you know, I don't know that I give the same answer twice to anybody who asks me what I believe. I think I'm believing. I mean, I found love of Jesus Christ in my own personal experience very early in my life. When I was pre-teens, I found what it meant to be loved by God. And so finding that so early has given me, and I grew up in a loving Adventist family. My grandmother was a saint like Des. You know, all through Glacier View and Palmdale and all that stuff, I'd be talking to her all the time. How can you go to church? I'd say to her, as if you'll understand someday, you know. And I do. I can see why she went to church was, you know, and I'd go with her many times. And she never had any questions about what she heard. We'd come home and I'd be wanting to get a theological discussion going on the meaning of dikaios, or, you know, some New Testament discovery I'd made from one of my commentaries, or listening to Des or Bob or whatever. And you could not engage her. She was just a saint. She just, you know, would you like a cup of tea? Can I make a soup for you? Do you need some money? You know, it was all about practical.
Caring and human interaction. Can I ask? There's a couple of questions just popping up. Can I just run a couple past you?
Yeah.
And Rick Foray has said, thanks, Bob. Your MA was very significant. And I'm thinking he's referring to the E.G. White one you were talking about. And someone said, what's an MA? So that's the Master of Arts study that you did. Rick has said, I'm wondering what was the motivation to write that?
Well, as I say, there were a lot of issues I could have drawn out about the Adventism and the crisis it was in at the end of the 70s, early 80s. But completing my BA and moving into the Masters, I hit upon the concept of, from reading Max Weber, who's one of the founders of sociology as a discipline. And he made a big impression on me. He was like a sociological prophet. I could hear truth and insight and, speaking through the page to me. And it came across he was the first to point out to me the difference between charisma and bureaucracy and how these are opposing principles of authority. Bureaucratic authority opposes charismatic authority. And as I studied the sociology of religion, ta-ding, I could see this is exactly what was going on for me, from my perspective, in Adventism, in relation to 1888, especially as I had read that during the 70s and Bestford and whatnot, and Bob Brinsmead and Ellen White. And Ellen White loomed as the big fish in charismatic subjects. So I'd looked at Brinsmead from a Bachelor of Arts thesis. Now it was a conscious decision to move up to see what was happening to Ellen White, because, as you know, at that time too, people like Walter Ray and Ronald Numbers had begun dismantling the edifice of Ellen. And so I wanted to know, I also read an article by a sociologist, Richard Sennett, where he used the term charismatic delegitimation. And I went, wow, that is built for me right now. Charismatic delegitimation. It sounded big back then, but now, everyone is aware of what that term could mean, which is, how do you delegitimate someone who is charismatic? And it's impossible. As I found out, it's impossible. You cannot delegitimate charisma. You can delegitimate bureaucracy, but you cannot delegitimate charisma.
Wow. Boy, that's profound.
Sorry, Peter. Can I just run away for 5 seconds to take a toilet break?
You can do that. While you're doing that, I'll just quickly chat to people about a fundraising idea I've got. Those of you that are watching, I'm going to be asking Bob in a few minutes just to answer some of your questions. So I'd love if you could please just write them below now. And by the time he comes back, we're going to ask a few questions there. And he mentioned just then about Ron Numbers. It looks like Ron, he has agreed to doing an interview with us. Ron Numbers wrote the book, I think it was Prophetess of Health. Someone correct me in the comments. And I, myself and Lance just put it out there, and Lance did the footwork on this one, and we're very excited to say that Ron and one of his friends are going to do a interview. So I'm very much looking forward to that. Also, I want to thank again those that have been making donations towards this this SDAQ&A thing that I've got going. I'll put again the link to ways you can support what I'm doing financially. There are lots of costs incurred, not to mention the time, but I'm loving it, and any help that can be sent this way is greatly appreciated. I'm wanting to actually save up some money to pay someone to transcribe all of these meetings too, so that'd be great if we can have some people contribute towards that. It's funny, my little girls are knocking on the door. Hello? Yeah, you can come in. Yes, you can come in. Can you open the door? Okay, hang on. I'll come and open it. I'll let you meet my girls. Hang on a second. I'm just going to bring them in. Um, I, I'll be right back. Yeah. You just come here quickly, honey. Yeah, come here. Okay. Just hang on a second. There's a bit of a cable there. Let's lift you
Oh,
over there.
how are you?
Everyone, this is Ruby. Give some love hearts for her. You might see them over here.
Lovely, Ruby. Hola, Ruby.
This is Bob.
How are you,
Bob.
Ruby?
Hi, Bob.
Ruby just knocked on the door when you went out for a little break. So I said I'd come in and she can introduce everyone. Now, look at the green light there. There's some people watching as well as Bob. And you open and show them your missing tooth. Just came out last night.
Oh, wow.
Okay, baby, you go and play with Renee. Say goodbye to everyone.
Bye.
See you, Ruby. Ruby, Ruby.
I'll just be right back.
No problem.
See you, darling. You shut the door, baby, for me. I can't reach. That was a nice little serendipitous moment there.
Oh, how old is Ruby?
Ruby is 6. So that's what it's all about, isn't it?
Yes.
It is. So yeah, I was just telling people that I've actually got Ron Numbers has agreed to do an interview. So that's going to be in the next week or two. So if you can think of questions you'd like me to ask him, because his book, Prophetess of Health, I think it's called, was incredible. Now, where were we? We were just talking about Ron and a few other of those guys. Do you remember what we were saying?
I interviewed Ron for my master's thesis in 1981, I believe, or 82, at Cal Stewart's house. He was on a lecture. Ron was on a lecture tour promoting his book, which had been out of, I think, a couple of years in America, and but we hadn't heard about it out here. And he gave a talk at where was it? Anyway, so I grabbed him, just happy synchronicity, coincidence, and he gave me an interview, and I still had it on cassette, and I digitized it last year, and found him online and contacted him. I said, Ron, I still have the interview that I did with you, and would you like a copy? And he responded, yeah, please send me a.
Oh, wow. I'd love to hear that before I chatted to him.
Well, I'm happy to share it with you. I don't think I need his permission, but
No.
yeah. Anyway, say hello to him. He was very, very good to me to give me one because, again, he didn't know me from and those were tense times. And
Yeah. Was he still an Adventist at that stage?
he was, I think, ex.
Right.
Just left, or I think he was speaking from the perspective of an ex. But of course, his ancestry's thick with Adventist leadership and pioneers.
Yeah.
He's got he's got blue blood in those terms.
It'll be an interesting exercise to do a family tree of Adventists.
Peter,
You,
there's a doctorate there. Are you thinking of doing one?
I might just interview someone that's interested in doing. There's someone I know actually. I asked her onto the program, and she said, "Oh, maybe later." But she and I chatted once about a year ago, and we realised there's some massive family connections within Adventism.
That is worth pursuing. And I know a little bit of the literature from my era, 70s, 80s literature, not so much 90s and 2000s, but that'd be a fascinating study because people have done those sort of mapping studies and coincidence of power, convergence of interests. You talk about it before of what happens to people when they go up the ladder.
Yes.
Well, the ladder we're talking about in Adventism is a very closed ladder made by people who climb it by their ancestors, their forebears. And so you tend to get this convergence of interests. It's you're talking about children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren in the 50 years or so that we've been going, who come back into the system the way sport stars reproduce transgenerationally. And so that's a there's a whole interesting area there.
I posted in one of my groups that I, felt that Adventists needed to be a bit careful of nepotism. I wasn't attacking any families. I wasn't saying that families that had those connections were in any way doing anything wrong, but that has been the most. That was the time I was most not attacked, but most challenged for saying that and suggesting that. But I wasn't. So I don't know how I could even tread into that because I'm not attacking dynasties. I'm just saying that no doubt, and you might be able to agree or point to some evidence of this, but I'm suggesting that they can potentially cause a lot of harm. So let's just be careful.
Look, we don't want to name names, but we do know that anyone with the surname Wolfgramm or Ballas or Foray is never likely to be General Conference President. And we can go to a small pool of names that transgenerationally, nephews, sons, in-laws, who end up being recycled through the system, and so nothing changes. I mean, we can think of a father-son combination.
Yeah, well, I don't mind saying the Neil Wilson-Ted Wilson combination is fascinating.
I never thought I'd see that. I just thought, what on earth is happening when, and then I saw a photo of Ted shaking hands with Frank Bainimarama, the dictator in Fiji, and I just went, well, there you go. There's the symbolism, and there it is. So power, people understand each other very well, Peter. If you've ever been in a room of political people, they are in another zone to whatever the issue is. They're in another zone. So it's sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm fascinated. I'm loving what you're saying.
Well, to emphasize the point, the sociology of conflict, which Randall Collins made a specialty of back in the 70s and 80s. There's another volume that I would recommend to people who want to understand how organizations work. Too many things to go into here, but it deals with everything from demeanor to deference to, at the other end of the scale, violence, and in organizations. Not, and you can apply it at the macro level to states and how states behave on the global scale, or you can apply it to church board. Have you ever sat on a church board, Peter?
Once.
5 years I did. And, you know, the colour of your tea towels in your kitchen at church can be a huge issue.
I love that metaphor, analogy. You mentioned earlier the that so you've got people that have the cognitive dissonance, the silence. We're now introducing some of the power plays with dynastic families. I've got some very good friends who are part of those dynasties who have never abused in any way that kind of connection, and I know one of them is watching right now. So I'm not suggesting that, but you mentioned that the people in these kind of scenarios manifest different ways of dealing with this, and you said that some of the ones even start to almost take on and embrace an almost you didn't say these words, but I imagine a joyful glee at asserting this kind of power. What happens to those people that like to get a little bit vicious?
The please, again, can I just say I'm not talking about Adventism.
No, I'm. That's what I'm trying to grasp is this broader sociological. I'm not naming people or pointing the finger at all.
Organisations basically have to deal with authority. They've got a problem of maintaining unity. They have to deal with stability. They have to deal with identity. And they've got to make sure the resources are there to keep the thing going. So they're these things that have to be always taken care of all the time. And once you get locked into one of these issues of ensuring authority, ensuring unity, ensuring the identity of the organization has integrity, of the resources and so forth, you get locked into a logic that becomes a self-perpetuating mechanism. And that self-perpetuating mechanism can detach from the people. It can detach from those that they're working for. And Veblen Thorstein had a great college. He called that trained incapacity, that eventually people would just get so wrapped up in doing what they are doing that they'd lose sight of the organizational mission, the goals, that originally the raison d'etre of the whole thing, of the whole project. And when that happens, then you're in real crisis. And I just want to say this about what happens to people who end up in that ritual. Robert Merton's another one who has elaborated on what ritual does and how it produces conformism and so on and so forth. So quite apart from the social and psychological damage that does, the organizational critical issues there are that you get a disconnect, as I think is happening in China, between the Communist Party and the people that they supposedly represent. And it's going to drift apart there. And I think part of the whole appeal of Trump was that disconnect was also apparent in America. And he just came back in and said, I am listening to you people down here in Gunsville, or Racersville or wherever. I'm listening to you, I'm your man. And that has brought back terror to that class. Have you ever studied elite theory, Peter? It's another sociological area. And interlocking elites, each of people who are taking responsibility for the economy, for the policy, the identity, all the different parts of an organization, they develop their own elite, become their own elite, but they're interlocking because, like the gears on a thing, they keep the organization going. And there's a whole body of literature that looks at interlocking elites. And I'm sure, to get back to that earlier discussion point you raised, that's occurring in Adventism, or we're in danger if we haven't already been through it. I think that was, apparent as early as the time of John Kellogg.
Yes.
And
A.G. Daniels.
a rival elite, two guys with their own political agendas clashing, and instead of interlocking like they should. And part of Ellen White's burden, I don't blame her, part of her burden was that bureaucracies are very effective ways of shifting responsibility for the messes they make, or the breakdown, or the failures to work properly. And so I'm not convinced that Ellen White is the problem in Adventism that many people think she is. I think it's the bureaucracy that has taken on a life of its own. And we won't explore all of that now, but those are the critical, that's the damage that eventually happens. And you see what happened to to Herbert W. Armstrong's group. His group split into hundreds of independent groups, and they lost the locus. And what did that? Well, the gospel did that. But I don't believe, as Brinsmead does, I think, or did, that the gospel would explode Adventism. Not yet, but it might, but I don't know. But the gospel itself, Peter, has evolved in my lifetime. The gospel of love and grace that I believe now is much broader than the one that I picked up on from listening to Brinsmead tapes back at college in the early 70s. I could see what he was driving at back there on justification by faith. Des was away. And when Des came back, of course, there was all this ferment on campus about justification by faith. But so the gospel itself is, this wonderful spirit of accommodation, acceptance. It's not the broad road to destruction. It's God's openness to receive all of us in all our fallenness at his table. And so there are a lot more people sitting at my table now, metaphorically speaking, than I was prepared to let, 45 years ago, a long time ago. But and it's wonderful to see how, I don't know about you, but I hear the gospel in pop songs. I see the gospel in movies that I'm sure were not intended to. I just keep seeing God's grace everywhere.
It's ironic in a way that Christ spoke against these bureaucracies and the economics and the politics, and cleared the temple with a whip and his sandal. And the church that claims the truth, and for these last days, is becoming as bureaucratic.
Peter, that's the truth you've just spoken. Max Weber used Jesus Christ, the founder of sociology, used Jesus Christ as his example par excellence of charisma.
Right.
Now, when I read him, I was so influenced and impressed. I named my eldest son Max.
Right.
But what would you rather identify with?
Yeah.
The charisma of Jesus or the bureaucracy of the priesthood?
Yeah. Can I ask one last question before I open it up to some people who have been asking some more questions here, and we're starting to run out of time. I've often tried to rationalize, justify, work out, comprehend. You know, we had the big, like you say, there was the Glacier View, the Chamberlains, the Davenport expose where the Adventist actual church spent $20 million of 1979 $20 million on a Ponzi scheme. And then out comes Walter Ray with the white lie. These are just like massive big bombshells. Largely kept from my generation, I must say. We were kind of a little bit oblivious, but we soon learned in the 90s. What I'm trying to work out is the Ellen White bit there with the plagiarism. How have you reconciled that for yourself? Like a lot of people say, well, copyright was different then, but we know that Connie Berenhausen threatened to take Ellen and her publishers to court because her book on Paul was almost identical to their book on Paul that they'd produced, and she complied. She knew that there was going to be potential legal action, so she took the book off the press or off the shelves. How have you been able to kind of because I have the same massive respect for this woman who just stood up against the bureaucracy at every turn and defended the underdogs like Wagner and Jones, and like you say, would have defended Des and Brinsmead. What? Just share with us, maybe personally, how you've been able to kind of come to terms with that.
I think Ellen White, the writer, is separate from and one aspect of, not separate from, but one aspect of a whole package. So what I divine in what is accredited to her as her output is an evolutionary theory of who she was, what the church was, what the idea of the remnant is, and what the message should be, how the church should be structured. We start with a very small group of inward-looking young, I don't blame them, but inward-looking Bible students who wanted to bring things to a conclusion with themselves at the center of the universe. That's perfectly sociological. By the time we end in 1915, we've got a prophetic figure, a prophet in sociological terms, who is telling people to build hospitals, to be medical missionaries, to go out and spread the word in the world. They'd gone from inward-looking, shut-door fanatics. How many of us are going to be saved? Oh, right, is the door still open? Is it shut? It's shut. You know, you come out of that miasma to a world vision of, and it's remarkable. And to me, it's divine inspiration brings that evolution along. I know Adventists don't like the word evolution. It's an evolution, you know. They hit a brick wall, you go here. And I'm still convinced that evolution is possible. May carry on, but I'm reflecting on where I am now looking back. So I didn't have much time for Ellen White, the writer. Didn't know about the plagiarism to the extent that Walter Ray and other people dug up. When I was at Avondale in 1971, first year, I discovered in the library Dudley Canwright's. Boom. 1886, I believe. You know,
Adventism renounced or something.
Yes. And I read it, and I went, well, that explains a few things. You know, that explains a few things. And then when I wanted to marry my first wife, a white Australian of the Brinsmead persuasion, ancestry in Avondale, Currumbong, great-grandfather knew Ellen White, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, I didn't know.
I ran into a brick wall there of Christian racism. And I thought, that doesn't make sense. And Ray said to me, oh, Ellen White teaches you two are not allowed to get married. I said, where does she teach that? And I hadn't read Selected Messages, Volume 2 at that stage, you know, so this is still early days of my exploration of Ellen White.
Why didn't you get married?
Because Ellen White had said it's not right for blacks and whites to marry. And so he referred me to the reference, and it was published in Selected Messages, Volume 2, I believe.
Talk about a kick in the guts.
It was. Well, I had some experience of prejudice when I was at, boarding school, and parents would write in and tell the Lilydale Adventist Academy principal, who turned out to be a great friend of mine. Eventually, when we were mature adults, that they didn't want their daughters to have any association with me.
Wow.
So I'd met that in the 60s. So here we are in the early 70s, and I really run into the brick wall here, because I go, wow, okay. So I thought I better start getting my studies, together on this subject, because boy, I don't want to run against Ellen White. And then so I had to go outside of Adventist sources, by the way, to get an understanding and to develop an anthropology. There's no Adventist anthropology, and that's a disgrace. Well, there probably is now, but, an understanding of what the human being is and how the races, most of the stuff I read was just racist rubbish, So, and here are people with good hearts teaching missionaries and whatnot, So I studied it up for myself from non-Adventist sources and came to a biblical conclusion that this was all wrong. And I'm sure Ellen White, later I became convinced that she would have seen that pragmatism, that was her argument. It's not practical.
Right. So it wasn't a moral thing for her, it was about the practical knowing that that couple in her day would be under extreme pressure.
Writing in the context of the Civil War too. So, I would have, you've got to be really brave back then. You want to hook up, and
right.
I managed that, and we had some interesting, we had a terrific blow up out the front of Andre Hall when that's another story, and my fellow students came to my rescue against the racism of my father-in-law at the time, or prospective father-in-law. I was blown away, Peter. I was truly blown away. It was one of those moments where, there were many black students at Avondale, and I didn't know who was a friend apart from Lowell and a small coterie of artistic people that we had formed there at Avondale. But here were students that I knew who had no interest in defending me, rushing to my aid to stop this fellow assaulting me physically. It was all a dramatic film it would make, Peter. But as I say, people change, people evolve. He was a right-wing Adventist who, by the time of the 90s, had left Adventism and become a human being. He went from, preaching against potatoes in the diet. I mean, you've got to be right out there. When I met him in the early 70s, to being one of the anti-globalisation protesters down at the docks in Melbourne.
Wow.
In his older age. Transformation happens when you say, what happens to people? Transformation can happen. Don't you believe that?
Yes.
I've seen it. He was a guy who physically assaulted me for wanting to marry his daughter. We became great gospel friends, and then he overtook me in the protest stakes, because he'd ring me up, in my second marriage and say, "Come on, we're meeting down at, such and such. Are you going to join us?" And I was right in the 90s. I was right in the thick of my teaching, and I too was just thinking of my reputation and job security and all this, and what if I get arrested for being a protest? And then I realized, well, that's all garbage, because at year 12 I'd done a moratorium protest, and but that's what happens to people. There is redemption. All of us can change. Sociology says that all of us can change, but the structures we make will prevent us from changing unless we change those structures.
And it doesn't look too promising to be able to do that.
I feel very badly about the issue of women's ordination. And I haven't kept up to date with that, because back in the mid-90s, as soon as I started getting invitations to preach in Adventist churches around Melbourne, I'd take my "It's Time to Ordain Women" sermon around to everybody. And I printed them off to make sure the congregation got a copy of what I had to say, so I couldn't be misquoted or misinterpreted. But come on, Peter, how can we be in this medieval box? Anglicans, Catholics, everybody else is looking at the question afresh. And here we are stuck in the ditch. The wheels going round and round and round. We need some political gospels, Peter.
Was there a moment that it could have gone either way, that it could have been Bob Brinsmead that was the recipient of defrocking at Glacier View?
Well, Bob, by the time...
Or was he not engaging politically?
Not engaging. By the time he repented of his perfectionism, December 71, and issued his Gospel Present Truth magazine for January 72, he had, I don't think he would admit it now, but I think they were all hoping to be welcomed back into Adventism, and the bread would be broken and the feet would be washed, and we'd let bygones be bygones. But it never happened with Bob. So I was always pessimistic it would happen with Des. But I thought it just might, if he had support.
What do you think about the recent moving of the Desford Memorial off Avondale College campus, and the political manoeuvring not to have, so basically the powers that be at Avondale had said, yep, it was okay, it was going to go ahead, but some of the bureaucracy behind the scenes made their political moves, and they were told last minute that they had to, they were not allowed to have Desford's memorial on Adventist soil. What's the sociological kind of thought behind that kind of aggression?
Well, I don't know that it's necessarily sociological, Peter, but it's consistent, isn't it?
Yeah,
right, yeah. And they're not going to give an inch. For this saintly man who wanted nothing better than to have people share his view, or people of his view be allowed to participate in the spreading of the Adventist message, to be a part of the remnant in this time. So that's just the most, disheartening thing to, but it's, that the system is like that, isn't it? It doesn't want to be seen as weak.
Yeah, okay.
The vindictive viciousness of his enemies back in the 70s. I used to get access to some of these are the brethren who were concerned. I used to get some of their literature through my ex-father-in-law.
Who was that? Do you mind? Is that okay to say? Sorry?
It was Ray Martin. Ray Martin, yeah. He used to be a youth director for the church back in the 50s until he was disfellowshipped in 1960-61 for being a part of Brinsmead's cohort. He was like Brinsmead's leader in Victoria.
Right. On the conservative arm, or when the change had happened to?
Well, both, but he both because
he moved with him.
He walked with him. Bob shed a few when he gave up his perfectionism. And the street preachers, we used to do pilgrimages up to Bob's camp up at Dirranbar, the North New South Wales coast there near Tweed Heads.
Yeah.
So we would go and camp up on his property, and some of us camped at the beach. But we had a fantastic. It was Christmas holidays, and Bob was in top gospel form. I think we first went up at the end of 74, 75, 76, may have even gone up in 77. We'd learned so much. We'd come away with sheaves of Bronio, justification by faith in the law, justification by faith and mercy, justification by faith and the judgment, justification in the latter rain, justification by faith and, the pre-Advent judgment, just heaps, because Bob was still within the Adventist orbit. But his Bible camps up there were astonishing. And I'm sure all that stuff's still on tape somewhere in his great archive. Somebody will have archived all that. But we learned a lot up at those camps. And Bob was in, top form. And we used to bring that stuff back to Melbourne. And then it became part of the fodder that we'd digest for our Bible studies. And we were serious. One thing I say about Adventists, which I love, Peter, is they're serious about their intentions and their scholarship. They really want to go. I mean, I'm talking about people I have met and known all my life here, that they really do want to be finishers of the work, or God's remnant church, faithful to the end, and so we live that out in all our different ways. But as street preachers, that's basically what I was doing. I saw that as just another expression of trying to do my bit for. But Des in all this is also writing, and we weren't aware of all the books that vast library that came out in the 80s, but we were aware of Des Ford tapes. So, they were being lent and shared around, and we, as I said, we had to pick and choose which congregations or which pastors we chose to fellowship with or hear the gospel from. And it's one of those things that it was such a heady mix, because so many of our gospel pastors also left the church, and at that time, because of those issues. I'm a bit Aussie, I still blame the Americans too, Peter, a bit. I hope I don't offend any of my dear American friends.
I think they blame us.
But I spent 24 years in the academy, right, in the university. So I got to see how academics work, and working as an academic and rubbing shoulders. And I ended up with a very small group, 6 or 7 of us, 5 of us still meet, of academics, all sincere people. We weren't Marxists, we weren't secularists, we weren't trying to tear down Christian thought. We're all Christians. And we're working in a secular university. And I saw also that there were other groups in academia who were status seekers and, talk about plagiarism. I excuse Ellen White's plagiarism against the plagiarism of academics. We do it, people do it, not we, but people have done it today, or in my 24 years, that's inexcusable. When Ellen White's plagiarizing, and look, I don't have a photograph of her plagiarizing, and I reject the idea that she was a money-making plagiarist or a status-seeking plagiarist. Two main reasons that people plagiarize, right? To publish and make money, or to publish and increase their status. Ellen White fruits do not bear out that her plagiarism was in any sense her work in any deliberate, cynical sense. She allowed it and all that, but look, Monash appointed a vice-chancellor who was eventually sacked during my time for being a plagiarist.
Wow.
Exactly. Quite apart from it, other immoralities that we can speak to, he walked away with $1 million payout. Discredited as a scholar, but still gets the payout. So you tell me, is Adventism any worse than any organisation in terms of those sorts of processes? And you hark back to the Davenport thing, which I'd forgotten about. And I'm sure there are lots of other scandals and whatnots under our carpet as an organisation I'm talking about. And Peter, if I could just comment on this too. Part of the problem of changing Adventism is the mist of holiness. There's a cloud in our thinking that descends whenever we think about getting political. There's a cloud comes over our thinking, like the incense cloud, and the organisation gets perfumed by our look, this is God's true church. Things will never collapse. So there's this fatalistic predestination theory, which we reject theologically, by the way, but organisationally, we're committed to it. The remnant church can't fail. And so if you work in that prism, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy that not only it can't fail, no matter what I do, it's fail-safe. And I think there are a lot more, if you don't mind me saying, American rat bags than Aussie rat bags, quite frankly.
You were mentioning, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
You were mentioning about the articles, the newsletters, I think the Anchor and the Remnant Herald, as an example of vicious, vindictive activity. I interrupted you. Can you unpack that a bit more?
Well, it's just what you said. I read that stuff and I found it unreadable because I was rubbing shoulders with the sort of Adventist, right-wing, but gospel-believing Adventists at that stage. And the bile that came out against Robert Brinsmead. It's the mystery of iniquity. I will never understand what the Brinsmead family ever did to the Australian leadership in the 50s. I've never gotten to the bottom of that, of what it is that they held against him in the 50s during his perfectionism era in interviews that I did with him and which Lowell did with him back in the day, 70s, 80s. You know, his followers, they were Adventists, were physically assaulted at campgrounds, physically assaulted. They were driven away, banned from coming through gates, stopped at the doors of churches. And as you know, the informal gossip, the power of that kind of stuff is much more hurtful than factual ad hominem attacks or whatever, right? So attacking character, the ad hominem stuff, is much more damaging, and I don't know what, but that stuff I saw repeated in those sorts of newsletters, and the language of heresy and dangerous and Omega and Alpha and Omega of apostasy and all this stuff. Peter, they were Adventists seeking the way just like everybody else. I can tell you that's the truth of the so-called awakening. They were inspired by Ellen White, who said, agitate, agitate, agitate. You know, they were wanting the truth. And for wanting the truth to be treated by the political system, okay, by people who had the numbers, who had all those issues at heart, stability, unity, these sort of people was just awful, you know. He told me a story of going to America, you know, from Sydney to America. What's that, a 15, 17-hour flight? He and his brother sat on one side in the plane for that journey. Across the aisle were the Adventist leaders sitting. And they never spoke to each other the entire 17 hours.
This is Bob and his brother.
Brother John on one side of the plane, and across the aisle were the church leaders going to a general conference meeting or something. And they never even looked up to acknowledge that destiny had put them together across, you know. So the steward's bringing the food and doing God's grace. What can I get you? What can I get you? And here is God's people, the most ungracious, refusing to talk to each other. You know, if Adventism does that to me, please send me to my grave, Peter. You know, put me away. That is an illustration of the kind of hardship they face. So when I studied them, you know, as I did for my bachelor's, I got interviews from, still on tape, hours of interviews from people who'd been in the perfectionist side, talking about the harassment and the violence, stuff you couldn't get away with today, undertaken by, you know, representatives of brethren who were concerned before they emerged as figures with an agenda against Des Ford. And what was one of the charges against Des Ford? One of the charges was stop your association with Princemead.
Yes.
He's dragging you down. He's corrupting you. Get away from these people, you know. What are we? Are we a pure race? I mean, what is that? What is that, Peter?
Yeah, that's why I couldn't stay.
I
But I admire you and your stand, and I understand it so much better now too.
Well, I love you as a brother, no matter where you are. And I know I've followed you a little bit, and I know God is taking care of you, Peter, and your family.
The feeling is mutual. Hey, let's just maybe finish with a few questions.
Sure.
Rick, I think in answer to what you'd answered him, he says, thanks. It was Rob's study that stimulated my PhD research using Weber.
Thank you, Rick.
His MA is in the Avondale Research Centre.
Peter, can I know I'll do your question,
Yeah. No, you ask while I'm looking through.
Can I just make mention of Arthur Patrick?
Yes, yes.
I would not have completed that master's without Arthur Patrick. What a wonderful, he's another saint.
Yeah.
What a wonderful guy that he was. Like talk about cognitive dissonance. Wow. And I asked him about all that. And because I'm in the secular university and he's in the sacred college, and we're talking, but he was such a lovely Christian gentleman who had no idea what my reception would be when I wrote to him and asked if I could come up and research Ellen White in his centre. Oh, well, in the centre that he
Yeah.
was a curator of in 1981, in 1982.
Oh.
He just said, please come up. And when I came up, thank you, Avondale, I stayed in the hall and went daily across to the research centre to take whatever he could give me. And in 1981, 82, Peter, I think you'll find there was no biography of Ellen White out. Because my first question to him was, is there an authoritative biography of Ellen White? And there wasn't. There were bits here, bits there, in this book, in that book, Christian Experience had a bit, but nobody, I'm sure scholars in America had done it, and maybe were sitting in PhD theses or something. But I had to compile, with his help, a timeline for my own use of Ellen White's life, just because I couldn't get one.
So indirectly, it was you were also building a biography.
Yeah. I'll still have that, 150 pages.
You should release it.
My own handwritten notes of her life. Okay, and this happened, and then what happened in 1876? Oh, okay, And so
Wow.
it was, and then towards when all the stuff blew up with Walter Ray and Des and everybody, then Arthur White or somebody, 3-volume Life of Ellen White,
Yes.
which was down the track, but I wish I'd had earlier. And maybe it would have shaped things differently. But I had to know what I was dealing with.
Were there any parts of the White Estate vault that you weren't allowed to go into?
Arthur gave me so much material, and he would say to me, here's the pile of stuff you can quote, and here's the pile of stuff you can't quote.
Really?
Or you can't reference. He gave me a pile, still have it, Peter, of correspondences on Ellen White, historical correspondences, right to the present, right to 81, 82, going on in the ferment between people. And when I started conducting my interviews, Peter, with union leaders, division leaders, and conference presidents, I had to have a small sample of them in my study to see how they understood Ellen White. Yeah, I can't name names, but I was politely shocked by some of the answers I got about, who believes what.
Yeah. How did he answer your question on how he coped with cognitive dissonance?
It's in the interviews. I don't have that at my fingertips, Peter.
Right.
But it's in, and I think I included that part of hours of interview. I had to condense and edit in the appendix to the master's thesis.
Okay.
I don't have here. So,
How can people access some of this material? Are there books you've got available for people to buy?
oh, no. I'm not an author. Lowell Tarling is the author. I've written a few songs, Peter.
Yeah. And that reminds me, I want encourage everyone to go and buy a copy of each of those three albums we talked about earlier. They're all on iTunes. Dale Willis did a fantastic job digitizing, compiling, mastering. I think he remixed a lot of it.
He remixed and what he could.
Yeah.
Like all true stories, Peter, true life's stranger than fiction, because would you believe we lost the master tapes, the original tapes,
Wow.
to my album, Refugee. One of 3 boxes of original tapes. I don't know where the rest are. And so all we have is a 2-track, you'll understand, the 2-track,
Reel
2-track
to reel.
reel-to-reel final mix, ready to go to get pressed and all that, the 2-track. That's all we had of. There were two of those finals done. And then, so what Dale did is just awesome. I like Paul Bryant back in the 70s. Dale, I owe also a great.
Yeah. Very talented man. He, I remember talking to him. I think he had the most flexibility in the remixing of Persecution Games, and he was telling me how much fun it was.
He did a great job on that.
Yeah.
We were constrained by the budget,
Yeah.
so the final mixes of all the albums is not what it could have been, with all the doodah and time and overdubs and all the tricks you can do.
Yeah.
He did a fantastic job. And Persecution Games, unfortunately, I took the tapes to the Fiji for 10 years when I was out there, and when I opened the boxes, there's mold and spider webs and oh my gosh. So I'd lost them because I didn't fully unpack everything when we were in Fiji. And Lupe said, what's the box she could, said, oh, well, I'm really disappointed. I'm going to go back empty-handed. I said, if I find them, I'll send them to you. And Lupe said, what are you looking for, you fellows? I described the box. She said, oh, I think that's up in the attic above Lani's wardrobe. Sure enough, it was there.
Wow.
So we were lucky to get Persecution Games original.
Yeah, the multi-track.
Yeah, tape. And
Now, Harry Ballas says, Robert, thank you for your interview and for your generous sharing of your views and ideas. Glad you focused on the sociology of organisations and bureaucracy. I thoroughly enjoyed the discussion tonight.
Thank you, Harry. Thank you, Harry.
Lots of thank yous. And there's some nice people watching that I know some of their heritage. And, I've been touched by Coralie Lindsay was watching tonight, and her dad has just been a wonderful influence on my life. And in fact, Coralie is teaching my little Ruby that we saw before. She's her teacher this year. And we ran into Phil Lindsay, her brother, today for lunch. That's just nice to see these reminders down here. Like Dr. Lindsay, absolutely amazing guy, and perhaps on the more conservative side.
He was a lovely bloke.
But someone you can, you could have lunch with and break bread together.
Noel Clapham was wonderful too.
Yes,
conservative old Noel, and when he heard freedom, he said, "Not bad, Wolfgramm," And I thought, wow, he'd never spoken to me, and he'd been on that discipline committee to get everything. He said, "Not bad." He said, "If you keep going, you could end up a Schubert."
I used to run into him a lot at the college pool in the late 70s when I was just a young fella going for a swim every afternoon. And one day he was wandering around. He'd lost his contact lenses, and I said, "Let me help you find them." So I looked down and I could see they'd fallen down a drain, and I reached down around behind the sink and I pulled them out, and he washed them and put them in. And he goes, "Oh, you're that rock and roll fellow, aren't you?" And then he thanked me very much for helping him. From then on, whenever I saw him, he was always very, very, very nice to me.
That rock and roll fellow.
Oh, and Linnell's been watching too. Look, there's so many people and quite a few questions. We might even just say, can you engage with some of these afterwards? And
Another time, Peter.
well, what I'm really excited about with the social media is that you can literally hop on later tonight if you want to, and go and just chat to some people that have written comments and things.
Thank you.
Mate, I've just had such a wonderful time. I can tick off one of my bucket lists, and that's to spend some time with Bob Wolfgramm and just have a conversation, and it's just been fantastic.
Awesome.
And
Thank you for inviting me, Peter.
it has just been a pleasure. And it's interesting. We're about to have a half-hour break or so, and those who have got the stamina, we're going to have a really interesting chat with Pastor John Den as well. So we invite people to go off and grab some food and come back and join us in at 6:30, 45 minutes. So look, Bob, it's been fantastic. I'll look forward to crossing paths with you again.
Coronavirus hug from here, Peter.
To the elbow.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for your comments.
Thank you so much. See you, Bob.
Wow. And here we are back in 2025. Can you hear me okay there, Bob?
Yes, I can, Peter.
That was fantastic. What a trip down memory lane.
Yeah.
And I was surprising how lucid and erudite I was with some of the questions I asked you back then. And I think you gave some really wonderful clarifying answers.
Thank
And what we typically do now is have a 5-minute break for people to go and grab themselves a hot or cold brew, and then we'll just come back and have a brief chat. Gillian has been watching this whole time, and I wonder if you'd mind if we invite her on for a few minutes to share some of her thoughts of rewatching this as well. Season 2 had a huge impact on her as she was able to look back, and she might even have some questions for you as well. Is that all right if we do that? Don't mean to throw that.
Peter, that's fine. What amazed me is that you still look like you look 5 years later, and I still look ridiculous, so
No,
and talk too much. Anyway.
no, it was absolutely fantastic. A lot of these I haven't seen since in the 5 years.
Right.
And it's really interesting to see the trajectory of me in that sense of what I've been through in the last 5 years, continuing on with these interviews. And it's been a really wonderful growth experience, actually.
Marvelous.
Yeah.
So I'll go and get my cup of tea at the same time.
We will meet back in 5 minutes' time, and
Beautiful.
we'll see you then.
Okay.
SDAQ&A, a former Adventist.
You love me so much more than I could ever know. Your love is deeper than this world will ever show. and all of life's beauty shines around this moment now. The sky and the cliffs, they seem to change my life somehow. And I will never be the same, will never be the same. Whoa, 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 I will never be the same, never be the same ever again. Here I am waiting, Lord, my life is just for you. Please unfold all the plans that you would have me do. And if all the world's just a breath and nothing's here to stay, then all of the love we feel will save us anyway. And I will never be the same, will never be the same. Whoa, I will never be the same, will never be the same ever again. Love me so much more than I could ever know. Your love is deeper than this world will ever show. And all of life's beauty shines around this moment now. The sky and the cliffs, they seem to change my life somehow. And I will never be the same, will never be the same. Whoa, 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 I will never be the same, never be the same ever again. Here I am waiting, Lord, my life is just for you. Please unfold all the plans that you would have me do. And if all the world's just a breath and nothing's here to stay, and all of the love we feel will save us anyway. And I will never be the same, never be the same. Oh, I will never be the same, never be the same ever again. I will never be the same, never be the same. Oh, I will never be the same, never be the same ever again, ever never be the same.
Hello and welcome back to SDAQ&A. This is our commentary, our look back. Those listening to the podcast, this is 2025, May, and we just listened to May 2020, Season 2, Episode 15 with Dr. Robert Wolfgramm. We had a great chat. We're going to be inviting Gillian Ford to join us in a moment to have a bit of a chat. But first up, I thought, Bob, reflections on what we chatted about, relevant today as yesterday, and that's kind of a good and a bad thing in some ways, if it is.
Yes, it's disappointingly relevant, I suppose. I don't know that I can add any more to what I've already said there and said again yesterday, but in more detail in some specifics drawn from my 1983 master's thesis. But it's you know, I'm willing to be surprised by what may eventuate, but I'm not optimistic.
Those watching now, and those listening on the podcast, season 13, episode 37. If you want to check out what Bob and I were just talking about yesterday, we had a discussion about Bob's work that he did for his masters, and I highly recommend those who are interested in this kind of Adventist history, politics, anthropology, the sociological perspective.
Mm.
It's a really great interview.
Mm.
And in some ways, it's even more sobering because that was done in the mid to late 80s, was it? That
Early 80s.
early 80s. So we're looking at
81, 82, I did my field work. I wrote field work and wrote it up in the second half of 82.
yeah,
You were given 2 years in those days to
to do it.
complete a master's degree. And I did it through Monash, where I ended up teaching.
Yeah.
But it didn't go anywhere because I put a embargo on it in the library. I sent Arthur Patrick a copy because I promised him I would send him a copy.
Mm,
And he put that copy, I think, in the White Estate or in the library up there at Avondale.
right.
But I was worried. It's hard to believe now, Peter, but back in those years, I didn't want to threaten anybody's job by
Mm,
revealing them. I couldn't really code their or make anonymous their being a source of information for me.
mm,
And I kept everybody's name, from what I remember, as is.
yeah. Okay.
And so I thought, if somebody, hears about what I've done, and feelings were pretty polarized back then.
Yeah. Yeah.
People were very politicized, and you sort of looked at your fellow Adventist at the time as if they could be a spy or
Yes.
a dobber, as the Aussies like to say,
Yeah.
dobber. To have to have one particular church leader tell me he was sending a portion of his tithe to Good News Unlimited that had just started up in Desmond Ford's independent ministry in 1981, 82, or whenever it was. I thought I better not put that in, because I think that'll definitely cause us something. But in the end, it didn't matter, because the embargo I put for 3 years, or was it 5 years? And basically it said to the library, if anybody comes wanting to borrow this thesis, you have to notify me first, and I have to give permission
Right.
for the thesis to be borrowed. And by 3-5 years later, it didn't matter anyway, because things had moved on, and we were really and truly in the doldrums as far as Adventist gospel was concerned.
Yes.
And by the time of the 90s, the pastor at Frankston that I referred to, he I believe, I just heard recently, he's retired, I think.
Mm,
But he was a gospel pastor in the church in the early 90s. And I remember it was kind of, a secret handshake
yeah.
sort of relationship. We never discussed things openly and theologically. And he told me at the time he was having trouble with the doctrine of the Trinity. And I said, I understand fully, because that's not an Adventist problem. Despite, in our small echo chamber, whenever a theological issue arises, we tend to think it's the alpha and omega of apostasy that's been designed by Satan to bring down the remnant in the last days, when in fact it's a crisis in Christian thinking, and has been a source of contention right through until Emperor Constantine's heir, I think, put a rule through it and said, right, from now on the church is going to be Trinitarian.
Yeah.
So that's how unresolved it is in wider Christianity.
as well. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's still unresolved to this day. I read books out on Bible research, building up a little library of them, and people are still arguing about.
Mm,
So in that era, it was very contentious, to even mention gospel issues,
yeah.
and so I don't know, are we cowards, Peter? Are we
I
cowards?
feel like at the time, no. And I feel like at the moment now, as we mentioned yesterday, a lot of these academic revisionist scholars are attempting, it appears, with this new book, Reclaiming the Prophet, to somehow embrace and unite and speak up on, hey, that's what you speak of, Ted Wilson, is not our Adventism. And I think it's still a bit weak. So I have the one side of me that is totally accepting of people going, hey, my church is great. I love the Haystacks. I'm treated really well. I feel like I've got a home.
Mm,
Fine. I've got
mm,
no problem with that. And my only summation and sobering thought is that MA that you did, the Masters, that in some ways hasn't seen the light of day as much as it should have.
thank you.
And then you and I watching back our 5 year ago interview, and you and I discussing yesterday the revisionist kind of discussing your MA essentially. I'm really just offering up a thought that to those who have stayed, who love the gospel Adventist version that is cultural but also theological to a degree, and it has quite a good placing of Ellen White. Just pointing out from my humble perspective that for some reason here you guys are 45 years later, and what you speak of as being camaraderie, a special message, the thing I embraced also, is about to be extinguished. So what you guys do, and I'm using people on the podcast, I'm inverted commas, what you guys do next, I think, is going to decide whether the gospel Adventists are weak and wussy, or if they are able to rescue this, what I often call gem of Adventism. So I'm not saying it in a sort of judgmental way. I'm just observing that it is something that obviously, when I speak to all of the gospel Adventist guys, the academics and scholars, there is something special there that unites you guys, and that united me and gave me hope. But I went from feeling, I can fully understand why you guys were quiet back then, to if you guys continue to be quiet now,
Right.
it's wussy and weak. And that would be my judgment of it. But
Yeah.
I'm not there yet, because I feel like we're at a what happens next crossroads right now.
Interesting. Very interesting, Peter. I don't know the answer to the question. And perhaps we are approaching another moment. Another moment. And if that is so, I'm certainly not a soldier on the front line like Uriah. Is it Uriah? I'm back home in bed with my wife.
Yeah.
To use a Davidian metaphor. There are other soldiers at the front line now, and it's up to them as to whether they can see what needs to be done, and then, having seen what needs to be done, whether they have the courage or the energy to stand up and do what needs to be done.
Yes.
I'm approaching, I'm 72. I'll be 73 in a couple of months. And as I said to you yesterday, I don't know how many more years I've got, but certainly if I can help push from behind, push the barrow along, that's why I'm here talking to
Exactly.
you. You know.
Yes. And I feel like that combined with your music legacy, that you can be at home and not do anything about that. It is there. It is available. It can bring refreshing contact with anyone that listens to it. And I also feel that along with the music and the creative input that it's there, it's manifested already. You also have some really great insights, for example, in the manuscript of your master's degree, that I would love to see get out there. And some of your recordings, like that one that you mentioned with Ron Numbers, I would love to help get that out there. You can
Thank
see
you.
5 years ago, I was excited then as I am now to get that material out there.
Thank you.
And in some ways, you and I are in a similar position. I'm winding down. I'm taking life a lot more easy. And I don't have a barrow to push with this. I'm simply going, I've got a platform. I'm observing that you guys have got something special. It's about to go. If anything I can do to help you keep it, because if you don't join together, and you said something early on in the 2020 interview that for some reason the gospelers, they are not politically now. They don't have the political nous, and I think that that's still there today.
Yes.
And so therefore, maybe it's not cowardice or wussy or weak. There's just something in their DNA that has no ability to politicize something, whereas the people on the other side are hugely politicized.
Yes.
Look what's happening right now with the Ron Kelly and Conrad Vine. They are very conservative, fundamental, they're traditional Adventists, pioneer Adventists, and they have been affronted by the GC, and they are going in and organized, monetized for the jugular for Ted.
Right.
Surprises me.
Right.
But the forward movement, post-Glacier View, oh, okay, I won't say anything. No worries.
Right.
And they just disappeared.
Yes.
And they didn't, and even Good News Unlimited, which could have been an incredible movement, regardless of being organized as a religion or not.
Yes. Yes.
But it wasn't politicized enough. They don't
Yes.
have the leadership skills.
Yes.
I don't.
Yes.
Like I guess that the saddest part for me as I look on all this
Yep.
is where is the person that is going to unite? Where is the Conrad Vine? Where is the Ron Kelly of the Gospel Adventist movement?
Where's the Paul? Where's the Luther? You know,
and you guys had that with Des.
Exactly. And with Brinsmead, and we lost them both.
Yeah.
And it's a sad reflection on the inability of the 70s gospel movement, if I can wrapping around it.
Yeah.
That it was just allowed to. This is the conclusion, the sad conclusion I came to at the end of my thesis, that we've had this explosion of challenge to legitimacy of the prophet figure, all the implications with the church, and look what's happened. Very little. And sadly, nothing will change. That conclusion, I was just remarking to my wife last night, I think that conclusion, Gordon Box is the only one I can remember lending fresh off the press my thesis to.
Yeah.
And he read it, and it disappointed him greatly. And I wondered whether he could see what I had unearthed, and was the conclusion I had come to was in fact a very disappointing one for him, because I think he and others in Melbourne, certainly at the time, I did give one talk to a Adventist Association Forum meeting once about the findings I'd come to, and similarly met with with disappointment and downcast because but you can't fudge the sociology. It
Yeah.
just tells you what is, and the
Yes.
conclusions. I couldn't gloss it. I couldn't
No.
make it into a rose tinted Disney, happy ending for everybody, um, because I just couldn't see that any of the evidence that I had researched would come to that, which in a way surprised me because, in a way, when the church showed no interest in it, that surprised me because I thought somebody there might be encouraged
Yes.
in some way by the fact that, sociologically speaking, they were safe from the attacks
Yeah.
of the enemy as they saw it at that time. But no, they weren't. That gives you an indication of the arrogance, I guess, of the leadership, the sort of elite group mentality that was running the church at that time,
Yeah.
and obviously political nous they had in organising Glacier View. The
Yeah.
more I read about Glacier View, the more I could see that was just a
Kangaroo
fix.
court.
Yeah, the fix was in.
Yeah.
It was just a rubbish
Mm.
parading of virtue, administrative virtue signaling, to the
Mm.
church that they were going to deal with this once and for all. And as in all good historical dramas, you give the dagger to the people and let others do the work. Let the scholars do the work.
Yeah.
And so I was shocked that the revisionist scholars who were at Glacier View, and I know Jill's forgiven them all, but I'm not sure that I have.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
Well, yeah.
go ahead.
No, I just going to say I agree with you. I feel like as I look back and as I just simply observe what happened, I saw, and I don't feel that it's the role of the inspirational musicians and those who are saying, "Hey, here's some problems you might want to identify that you did." I don't think it's your or my role to then get politicized. I think there should be a hierarchy. There's us, and there's those that have political nous. And all I see looking back is me growing up, my generation, the ones just below, 10 years behind you guys, 10 years behind the official boomers. All I saw is you guys leave in one way or another, no political support for what we were doing. A lot of people who stayed went all wussy and quiet. And I gave 40 years of my life trying to infuse week after week after week
Yeah.
this gospel notion. And
Yeah.
all I was ever told was I was wheeled out to show that, to create a bit of controversy, and then had no follow-up support from these youth pastors that allegedly were doing me a favor. And it sounds bitter or frustrated. No, I'm just observing that, wow, these guys lost an opportunity. If you can't make some progress with someone like a Brinsmead or a Des Ford, if you can't follow that up with the kind of music, the kind of inspiration you were offering, my input, hundreds of other people desiring for the change, if you can't follow that up with any kind of political nous or organization monetized, it's never going to happen. And Jan Paulsen was the last potential hope in my mind.
Yeah.
And at the no vote, and he was booed, and Ted Wilson's back in again. That's when I thought, nah, I'm out of here.
Right.
So yeah, I was like your Gordon Boxers and all these other guys that left.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't getting the salve that you were getting from your local church.
Yeah.
I was getting nice haystacks, and I was getting, some friendships, of course, deep friendships. I had great grassroots connection with people that loved my music. I was pretty happy. But when I realized that I couldn't raise my girls in a place that respected them as women and they could be the GC president if they wanted to.
Right.
Even in our union here,
Right.
of the 23 jobs available a couple of years ago, only 10 were available to women of the 23. And I just thought, I didn't even have a discouraged feeling or frustrated. That's kind of come a bit later. But
Yeah.
at the time, I just thought, nah, it's not going to change.
Yes.
What do you do if you realize it's not going to change? And that affected my narrative.
Sure. Yes, I hear you, Peter. And I'm sure there are parallel stories by many of our friends who also were affected the same way. I mean, the heat of the times,
Yes.
late 70s, early 80s, it's indescribable. I can't even share it with
Yeah.
friends at church because
I don't get
they're
it.
another generation and they have no idea. They've
Yeah.
been born since all
Yeah.
of that, and that happened. Pardon me. Our church did that. Yes, it did do that, and
Yeah.
well, one of the saddest chapters, I think, in my life, because I wrote a little history of the street preachers.
Right.
5,000 word essay, and way back 30 years ago, just before all that history would be forgotten, to make sure. So I interviewed. I had interviewed them at the end of the 70s individually, which I'm glad I did, Peter. It's one of those. I've still got the cassettes, and I still have their stories of how they became Christians through street preaching and what street preaching meant to them, and what we did as street preachers between 1970 and 77, basically, those 7 years as a group. But, all the time through those years, the church resented.
Yes.
The church officialdom resented what we were doing.
Yes.
And
There you have it.
People in the pews thought we were just a bunch of hippie antinomian is the theological word, antinomian freeloaders, that would turn up for soup and buns at various churches. And
they didn't realize how serious we were and how much in love with it we were.
That's
how much we were willing to give,
That's right, and we'd invite them to come street preaching so they could see for themselves, but that was regarded as below them. The idea of no, Sunday nights, Saturday nights are reserved for, I don't know, but a core of those street preaching people are still friends, and we have maintained our friendship despite the fact that street preaching died at the end of 77, 78, and for us, but it was that group I was referring to in the talk 5 years ago who we had so much energy, and they were the group that, having been turned down by the Adventist Media Centre, they said, well, we'll fund it. Let's just go for it. Go and find out what you need to do and tell us how much. And so as the news came along every week, as I did things and got things, found out about stuff, they would say, all right, let's take up the collection. And, after a Bible study, I remember we ran out of money on doing Sally's album. So I needed another $500 to finish it. So it started with 1,000. I mean, these figures are ridiculous now, as you know. recording is
Yeah.
such a expensive fine art now. But
Yeah.
back in those days, that was the going rate that we could get with Paul Bryant's studio, and we got a lot done, but we needed another $500 to do the mixing.
Right.
So the basic 1,000 had paid for the recording and the musos and lunch and accessories and whatever not else we needed to get them. And then, they coughed it up. And
Yeah.
and the energy. But what I concluded at the end of my little essay, which is what long-windedly getting to, is that the church missed an opportunity
Yeah.
to wrap its arms around this group of people. We kicked off the Nunawading campground, because they didn't like the acoustic guitars music we were playing in our tents, or the blues harp that they could hear coming from Colin Mack's, in the tent. And this might have a evil influence on the young women and men of Melbourne Adventism in 1971 or 2 or 3. They made us so unwelcome, and yet here we were constantly knocking on the door.
Yeah.
When we met people in the street, where did we direct them to? We didn't direct them to the Lutheran church. We directed to the Adventist church.
Well,
Hey?
What you're saying is almost the exact template that we started running with in 82,
Right.
81,
Right.
and tried for the next 10 years and had the exact same, like you said earlier, that was your turn.
Yeah.
And I think what I'm realizing is, as I mentioned in our first interview, 2020, that, Rolling Stone magazine has this ability to keep all its past creatives alive and current in people's minds. But in the Adventist church, it has an incredible ability to veto and censor. And so I just imagine Rolling Stone saying, "Oh, sorry, you're not allowed to mention Bob Dylan," and so it's not allowed in the article. No young person would then, after a few years, know about it. And that's what Adventism did to you, did to me. And I then saw that cycle of your cycle, my cycle, other people coming along. I just saw that repeating and repeating and repeating. And even now with social media, where we do have a lot more ability not to be censored, they censor in ways like, "Oh, Peter Dixon, he's just got an axe to grind, he's just bitter." And, and so a working short definition I read the other day of a cult is to shame and shun.
Yeah.
So by
Very
saying
good.
my content is poison, that's shunning.
Yep.
By saying, "Oh, he's just got he's a tool of Satan, or he's just bitter," that's shaming.
Yeah.
Adventists are good at doing that. We mentioned this yesterday.
Yeah.
And I just get, I'm just like, well,
Yeah.
the reason people go, "What are you guys talking about still?" is because they don't see the loop. They just see what they've got now.
Yeah.
I was interviewed the other day by a young pastor. He must be 42 maybe.
Right.
And he's still in that, he's been given it a real hard shot for 10 years with his music and his ministry. He's an ordained pastor, and he can't even begin to grasp that he's about to be shut down because his music getting more contemporary and his ideas are a little bit more out there. And, hey, the seal of God is the Holy Spirit, not the Sabbath. And I'm going, dude, you're just about to find out what I'm talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a pattern that, unfortunately, it's in their library, in their arsenal of here's how we respond to this.
Yes.
And it's as if they all go generation after generation to the same file, pull it out and read the template off. Right. Here we go. And I'll be interested to see, because I haven't kept up with this Conrad Vine and Ron Kelly thing. I've only heard it from time to time, but I've heard that it's building into quite a crisis.
Quite a crisis.
Is that right?
To me,
have you had someone on to talk about that?
Well, Conrad, I've asked him to come on, and he has initially said yes and then backed off. a lot of people see my program, they'll watch an episode and they think, oh, that's what he's about. They don't realize I'm interested in interviewing anybody. I don't care how conservative you are, how you can be Conrad Vine, you can be Ted Wilson. I don't care.
Right.
So he saw a couple of my more liberal, progressive programs, and I think thought, oh, I'm not going to do that.
Scared him off
a bit. But I'll reach out again.
I think you should, Peter.
Another guy who's all over it, and he just saw my recent program with Ryan Day, and so he did a whole episode about my show being poison, and all his followers don't watch SDAQ&A. It's poison, and so I'm going, well, how can I talk to you about Conrad Vine if you're going to? And he lied about me.
And who's Brian Day?
Ryan? So Ryan Day has just left 3ABN and the Adventist Church, it's caused a absolute furor in the church, an absolute explosion, because he was the general manager of praise at 3ABN.
I see.
And he's walked away from 3ABN and the Adventist Church. And it's been massive. So with that, and if Conrad Vine takes some action, and Ron Kelly, which it looks like they are going to, this is going to be huge. This is like, and in some ways it's the roosters so the hens are coming home to roost, because if they'd done something about it properly and effectively in the early 80s, I doubt they'd be here. But it's in their DNA for that not to happen.
That's what I'm saying. That unfortunately, here we are 5 years after my first lamenting again. So, what is the issue that's at stake with them?
So what Conrad Vine has said in a nutshell, and Gillian's here. Hey, Gillian, we'll get you on in a moment. In a nutshell, they do not appreciate that the church leadership during the lockdown essentially didn't allow people to choose for themselves. Like, they feel the church leadership should have said, hey, it's not for us to engage politically. The members can decide one way or the other,
whether to be vaxxed or not.
Or not vaxxed. Yeah, it's all about that. Whereas the leadership were very much like, you're going to lose your job unless you get vaxxed. They said to the general membership, it's your choice. But if you're in the States, 1 in 2 members works for the church, so it was quite a big thing. But underlying all of that is the discontent that people like Conrad Vine have for new theology. And they are sick of that. They don't even think Ted Wilson's gone far enough in expunging that kind of theology. And so they are threatening to get people to not pay tithe into their local church, but to pay tithe in the churches that they recommend.
Wow.
So all of a sudden, just imagine, you go and look at your Ron Kelly, Conrad Vine list, and it says, don't pay here. Here's a good church to pay tithe to.
I see.
It's going to change everything.
I see. Well, that will. Even, that issue of where the tithe goes.
Yeah.
Even scared Brinsmead off in the 60s.
Yes.
And he was very circumspect about making sure his followers were not open to charges that they were redirecting their tithe away from their church. When they were kicked out, of course, it was a different matter. But so are we about to see another mass purge of?
Yeah, the difference is that the purge is going to be now administered by politically nous people, and whereas the post-forward, I equate these two as very similar, not theologically or anything, but political, but purely as a political maneuver. The power of I think Gillian, she can correct me, I think she mentioned around 1984 there were over 200,000 subscribers to GNU. The influence that the gospelers could have had politically is huge, but they didn't have a political leader, whereas these guys do. These guys are all about Ron Kelly and Conrad Vine,
Right.
and they are monetized, networked, powered up, been building this for years.
Right. Very
So,
interesting.
yeah, it is fascinating. The coming up GC in July, I think, is going to be absolutely incredible. Fireworks. Hey, look, we'll bring in Gillian, and what I was wondering, Bob, we were going to chat today about more of what we were talking yesterday. Can we leave
Sure.
that for a few weeks?
Yeah.
And I'll write
Yeah.
up part 1 of our yesterday, and I'll change
Right.
the title to part 1, and we'll do part 2. And that way we can dedicate it more to that manuscript.
Yes.
I think it needs a good.
Oh, it'll be. We'll be having dinner if I keep talking.
Oh,
No, I'm all for it, Peter.
yeah, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Gillian, how
Hello,
are you?
Gillian.
Hello. I'll just take down the dressing gown.
Yes, got to look professional, Gillian.
Oh, not in this house.
Gillian has just completed volume 9. Oh, I can't hold it up, Gillian. Have you got one there?
This is a proof, so it's got a line through it. Bob's got one.
Can you just hold it up again? I've just mirror imaged you the proper way. There we go. And that's volume 9. Oh, hang on. I'm going to get mine. Hang on a second. Hang on.
Oh. Dear, here we all are.
There we go. Now there's a great plug for you, Gillian.
Solidarity.
Available now on Amazon, everybody. Volume 9 and all the others. And I've been reading through this week. Now, look, I just want to. We'll go for another 20 minutes. I have to go and pick up Renee after school. Wasn't it so cute when Ruby came on the show just then? Oh, little tooth missing. She was only 6 at the time.
Awesome.
So anyway, and she's literally outside now playing. So we should get her in again. So I just want to go back to Glacier View. And Bob, we didn't really talk about it in our 2020 interview. But when you heard the news of what had happened, what feelings did you experience after that? And then, Gillian, let's chat a little bit about your thoughts on what you've just watched back.
Well, I felt as if the Titanic had just hit an iceberg. I wasn't on the Titanic, but I just that feeling, sinking feeling that, kind of an oh no moment in the way that getting up and watching two jets crash into twin towers.
We're just hearing the background of the crashing at the same time.
I can go and get a few pots and throw them around as well.
Perfectly timed. The Titanic crashed.
Sound effects by Lupe. Sorry.
Sound effects. Hi, Lupe.
Yeah. They're saying hello, Lupe.
Hi.
So yeah, there was a sinking feeling, but I'd done enough sociology to not be totally shocked by that kind of strategic execution action which happened in August. Was it, Jill? August
1980.
And when were the Chamberlains? Was that also August?
It was a month later, was it, or
somewhere?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah,
somewhere around there. And that compacting, double crisis was like, I think we were all traumatized by that.
But the churches
with Lindy Chamberlain in art class in 1981. We were literally a meter apart, 4 or 5 hours a week. So I got to know her really well immediately after this whole thing went down.
Gee, wow.
And it did take focus off of Glacier View.
Yes.
And so it felt like Glacier View started kicking in again around 82.
Yes, this internal and external crisis. This, if I can just mention this very quickly, I was having lunch in the staff room at Caulfield campus of what is now Monash. And my head of department, a very wonderful man, gay man, urbane, very knowledgeable about all kinds of minority issues, and we used to have lunch together at the same time, and this just shows you how unknown Adventism was in 1980 to the average secular academic, in his case, who, and we're normally ahead of the news and know stuff. And he's chewing on his sandwich, and he says, "Now, Robert, you're a Seventh-day Adventist background, aren't you?" I said, "Yes." He said, tell me, tell me straight. There's no possibility that you people or a group of you go off and sacrifice children in the desert.
Oh, right.
This is the head of my department asking me in all seriousness whether the Chamberlains, as Adventists, could possibly have done this thing as part of some quirky subcult within the cult, what was for him the cult, And I had to explain to him, mate, we're Weet-Bix. We're white bread every morning in the toaster. We don't even drink coffee. And he had a good laugh and saw them. And then he was assured that the media sensationalism, which was focusing the Australian public's attention on that case. I was contacted by a journalist from the Sydney Daily Telegraph. He wanted to run a big story on the Chamberlains, but Lowell had told him that I think Lowell, I hope I'm not dobbing you in there, Lowell, doesn't matter, but he'd heard that I had done this research on Des Ford and Adventism and the crisis that had happened in recent months or whatever it was. And so he flew down to Melbourne and interviewed me. I spent a day together in which I shared my findings from my research before I'd even put it out there. And before I'd finished my thesis. And he was going, "Oh, wow. And then he ran the story, he sent it to me. It was a double spread, crisis in the Chamberlains Church, but it was all about the Ford crisis. But the only way that they could sell it to the Australian media, my research, which I was grateful for, not that anybody read it, but that's the headline, crisis in the Chamberlains Church, and then there's a picture of the Chamberlains, picture of Des Ford,
Wow. So they linked the two together.
Yes, just to sell newspapers,
Do you have a copy of that, Bob?
I wish I did. I did have it for years, and I haven't found it since, Jill. It's another one.
If you give me the rough date and the name of the paper, I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah.
Okay, I will try and do that for you. I'll give it some thought as to exactly
for volume 10.
Yes, because
I've got
Lowell,
a couple of newspaper things.
You've seen Lowell's summary of the Azaria case for Rolling Stone magazine.
Yes.
Have you seen that?
That was out back then, wasn't it?
That came
Probably
out
not.
after, and he made reference to the article that I'm talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll get that. I've still got my Rolling Stone copies issues, so I'll look through those, find Lowell's front page article. I think it's called Azaria's something or other, Azaria's Rock. But I'll get that article out and I'll find, because he actually mentions the date, the newspaper, and quotes from the article.
Oh, okay.
In his,
Okay.
so I will do that, but probably
Because
not
we
today.
were in America, so I got the American papers.
Right. I'll make a note of it, Jill, and I'll get back to you. If
Thank
not
you.
on the weekend, early next week.
I'm
That's
doing
all right.
and making a note as well.
Yeah.
So, Gillian, what were your thoughts on just watching back there. We touched on lots of topics, but kept coming back to Des Ford and Glacier View and the impact that had, and the potential Luther moment that the church was given, an opportunity that they didn't run with, and the political, no one to help run politically. I'm interested in your thoughts on that.
Well, I thought it was fascinating, and Bob stands pretty much where Des did. He's got a wealth of knowledge about the big picture of the church out there, not just Adventism, but what we often don't talk about is the liberal elements in the church and the big issues of, doing away with Christ as a sacrifice, and that has sort of, like a camel, put its nose under the tent in Adventism. But when I talk to people over here, they have no idea of it. And I've just sent you an article. This is really an aside, not answering what you're saying, but Bob Brinsmead has written the first part of an article, which is saying goodbye to Christology. And what he means by that is Paul's teaching about the cross. For a group of, it's very well studied outside of our church, and there's a lot of people in the church who go along with it to some degree, that James versus Paul, that James was the true leader. He presented what Jesus taught, and Paul was an interloper. So he's seen as the bad guy. And so in the 80s, about 1984, Bob wrote 3 books. The one about 1844 re-examined, Judged by the Gospel, and Sabbatarianism re-examined, I think, was the title, but it's on the Sabbath anyway. Basically saying goodbye to Adventism. And now he's saying goodbye to Christology, which means Paul and his teachings. And this concerns me a lot, because there's quite a few people in the church, in the Adventist church, who believe this and are very anti-righteousness by faith. And you at least have got the awareness that this is a big picture, and a lot of people like Ryan Day is leaving a very traditional sort of Adventism. He doesn't really know anything about this other side. And he's fighting a very black and white group, traditional Adventism, in a very black and white way. Sort of a lot of those young men who leave, they're just as judgmental as the other side. So it ends up a big fight.
The problem is they don't know about it, because you guys have been really quiet about it and have had little Sabbath school rooms where you've kept it all going.
No.
Not you personally. I'm doing the inverted commas. The Des Ford gospel hasn't had a chance to reach the people like Ryan.
Well, I think it's unfair to say nobody tried, because when you think of John Carter just wrote to me, and of course Graham Bradford.
I didn't say they didn't try. I'm saying that they were overly. They put it this way. Let's not blame them. Let's just say no one ran with the gauntlet that had political nous.
Well, Graham and John, even when they differed with Des, like after Glacier View, they both spoke out against Des. They don't know I know that, but we did know it, but we still loved them. Didn't make any difference. But they both told us it took them 15 years to catch up. And they used to come and visit us wherever we were. But when we came back here, John and Graham would come up trying to outdo each other and being very ultra bold. So it took a long time for people to catch up about 1844. And I mean, they both, John just wrote to me and he said, look, I don't know why Des spoke out about 1844. It's not an important issue. He just focused on, in his evangelism, on preaching the gospel. And of course, Graham Bradford did similarly on the spirit of prophecy. He did a lot of work. He wrote at least 2 books trying to modify views on Ellen White. So and when we came back here in 2000, so that's 20 years after Glacier View, Des came home one day, and I know because a friend told me that he felt a bit of a leper going out to Avondale, and he came home one day and he said things have changed. He said they take for granted what I spoke about at Glacier View. He'd been to Avondale, and so there was a time where there seemed to be more hope.
Oh, yeah.
But I think because of, Ted Wilson staying in and in and in, and the Wilson family, their grandfather, Nathaniel Carter Wilson, he was in Michigan, the conference state president, as early as 1964.
Mhm.
And he was division president here in 1951. And before that, he'd been division president a couple of places, and he was a GC president. So that family has had a hold on the church for about 85 years.
Yeah. And all I'm saying is that Ryan Day and these young blokes, he's only like 36, that regardless of why, the fact is they don't know about the Ford gospel. They don't know about the gospelers. They don't know about this great movement that arose in the late 60s and kind of, I tried my best into the 80s, but they don't know about it. So at some point, all I'm asking of the gospelers is, what's your accountability level here? Are you reflecting at all on going, hey, we could have done this better, or we could have done that better? I'm not criticizing, you guys aren't doing anything.
Look,
I'm trying to ask the question is, because whenever I ask them to be accountable, they go, hey, stop criticizing me. We did do something. And I'm going,
Well,
yeah,
look, we
okay,
all
well,
did.
why doesn't Ryan Day and everyone his generation know about it then? I'm the only one trying to get the info out there.
Well, because the church has silenced Des's voice.
Exactly.
But it wasn't for want of trying. But, there was a lot of pressure. Things weren't that different back in 1980. There was a lot of pressure, even from within GNU, for Des to start a new church. There were ministers who were leaving. Half of the board were encouraging them. They wanted a congregational mix. But Des said, we'll just bring in the people. He said it won't work. And Smuts came to GNU and he agreed. And Smuts said, look, the congregation can be a worse taskmaster than the leadership. That decision was made. But I mean, could Des really have worked any harder? He was already the evangelist, traveling all the time. But nobody worked harder than he did. He couldn't have been an administrator as well. And there wasn't anybody who stood up who had the gifts of being an administrator. So, look, it didn't happen. And you can... Hello, that was a little ring then. It's an unusual one. So, you can criticize, but I mean, I'm still working. I'm 81 this year. And I've put out 16 books in the last 3 years.
Amazing.
I'm doing another one.
Oh.
And I've republished all of Des's out of print books.
Is this confirmation that volume 10 is happening?
Afraid so.
Woo!
I'm particularly sorry for me, but it's going to be a very interesting one. I
cannot wait.
It started usually somebody does something and then I know that I'm going to do it. This time it was Harry Ballas. When I found out that he'd interviewed Des and that's never been published, I said to him, if you will let me have that and give me permission to publish it, then I'll do volume 10. I never seem to have any trouble finding stuff.
And the material that we've talked about with Bob today and yesterday that I think would be fantastic, getting to see the light of day as well.
And there was that Adventist Today Sabbath School. I'm sorry for rattling on, but I find it interesting.
Those two programs recently were incredible. Warren Trenchard and Don McAdams. And when I kind of push back on the Gospel Adventists and they say like you, but it wasn't for want of trying. So I'm not criticizing that. I think that you guys and me gave it a good 40 years trying. Mm-hmm. All I'm saying is, what can we do that says, okay, it didn't work. It hasn't gotten out there. It's not taking off. And I just think there are some answers to that we can step back and not take personally and go, you know what? Yeah, boy, we should have done this and we could have done that. And maybe let's do it now.
Well, I left before you and I've been declared apostate. So, you know, what more?
Oh,
What more? But I was going to
beat me again.
I'm going to get my computer man to come in and show me how to use AI to take like your podcast. Jaden Lawson did the Adventist Today thing on Don McAdams.
Cut and paste now.
And he and Lauren have given me permission to publish it. So I've already got that.
Right.
So I want to be able to do it myself because I don't like bothering other people.
Yeah.
So and I've got a lot of correspondence. I've been taking all the text out and reformatting. It takes hours to do this, but a whole series on, well, I've got about 6 or 7 more Bob Parr letters. One of them, now this is interesting, I didn't know this. When Des got the letter from Keith Parmenter in November 1978, this is 2 years almost before Glacier View, saying that he wouldn't be going back to Avondale. And clearly he'd been talking to somebody in the Brinsmead family. And he puts out all of it. It's a 3-page letter. He puts out three pages of accusations. And then he says, you won't be coming back. Hadn't discussed it with Des. He'd announced it in Australia. He said that Dr. Castle asked him to keep Des, and Dr. Castle, who went and saw the next morning, told me the exact opposite, that Parmenter had asked him to keep Des to calm things down in Australia. Anyway, Des apparently sent this original letter to Bob Parr, and he's written another letter responding to that and talking about what Parmenter is saying about how Des preaches the gospel, how aggressive he is and divisive. And Bob's saying, you're not like that at all. No. You're not like that at all. Yes. So I've still got I've got loads of stuff. I've got loads of sermons. The Des's wonderful sermons.
Yeah, I just got Lowell Tarling sent me a whole bunch of books, and there's one thick with I'll loan it to you. I can't remember what it's called, but it's thick of just sermons.
I've already done that. I've already published. No, I've already published that
in it. I hadn't seen it before.
It's just called The Cross. It's Des's sermons on the cross.
I'll check that.
So there's plenty of good stuff. Anyway, I'll be quiet.
Let's let me put it to you. Let's put the Gospel Adventist, the Progressive Adventist, the Revisionist aside for a moment, and I'd love you to, just for maybe 5 minutes each, that what pops into your mind, if you were analysing your play, what you did in the 80s, how it could have been done better, so people like Ryan Day know all about it. Like Ryan, he's just discovering so much stuff now, and he's really thankful. He's watching today, I'm pretty sure. He's a member of our group. He's been a member of SDAQ&A for 3 or 4 years. What things, because I've never heard the revisionist Adventists say, hey, this is what we did wrong. What things could have been done better, do you think? Because, like, again, I'm saying you guys only because it would have been me included, but I left, and you're an apostate, Gillian. But you can look back. You can look back surely and go, what things could have been done better, from a sense of self-reflection. And we've played the game. We're watching it back, and we go, boy, I wish I hadn't done that. I should have waited on the right wing a bit longer, or not right wing politically. I'm just interested. Let's start the ball rolling for all the Gospel Adventists watching. What is it you think could have been done better to ensure that the young people of today do know about this content?
I don't know, as we could have done a lot more. And we did have, we had a huge impact with GNU in the day, but with groups, it's like Wayne Judd says, with a group like Adventism, if you have offshoots, you call us an offshoot, they only last the length of the person who's running it. And for instance, Dale Ratzler had a huge influence, had annual meetings with ministers who were leaving and all this sort of stuff. They didn't get very far either in changing the church. And look, if you've got people who are willing to do evil, it's a bit like what's going on with Trump, and people are hugely divided over this, but I think it's shocking. I just don't
They are
understand.
making ground, and people like Conrad Vine and Ron Kelly are making ground. Maybe what Bob and I talked about today and 5 years ago is that just the gospelers don't have any politicians.
Well, maybe the gospel
Makes you shouldn't have them. Exactly. Good point.
No,
That's good. Go ahead, Gillian.
I didn't say anything.
I know, but I just know what you're going to say, and I love it.
Well, Des was a very polite person, and he was a Christian through and through. I've seen him in some very difficult situations. I've always been amazed at him. And there's certain things you can't do if you're a Christian. You can't behave like the other side do. And, they should be ashamed of themselves. But I think that conflict like this over the gospel, it's this whole thing with James and Paul. I heard a sermon by Eli Gonzalez about this. This is the same conflict. You have the Judaizers sent by James. It depends which side you're looking at. Bob Brinsmead looks at the other side, that James is the hero. But Ellie would point out that James sent the Judaizers after Paul, and they had Paul sent to Rome where he died. So you've got this conflict. It's sort of the older brother, younger brother, and how Jesus says that the tares will always be with the true wheat. It's always going to be like this. And I think the church had a chance to accept the gospel in the 1980s, and it sort of lost its chance.
I thought, can I jump in here?
Yes, please.
Oh, please do.
Good point, Julian. Love it.
I'm just thinking back in the time, and I remember thinking, because I'd read enough sociology, that if there was going to be a new social movement arise out of this, and if this gospel movement was going to survive Adventism and produce new fruit, it needed what some sociologists call a partnership between the stirrer and the calmer, the person who stirs up and the person who calms.
Yeah.
And I always thought the duo, unofficial, between Bob and Des was a perfect stirrer and calmer.
Yeah.
And I was very disappointed and expressed this to Bob when I could see, interviewing him in 1981 or 2, I can't remember, but I can dig it out. His attitude to Des was embittered. And I thought, oh my gosh, we've lost the opportunity here over the Sabbath, for goodness sake.
Right.
He had, Bob was always very scornful of those who couldn't keep up with him.
Yes, he thought of Des as a fool.
I wouldn't go that far, but he just thought
he did.
He thought of the Adventist ministry as inadequate for the task, but I don't think. But I could see that his attitude to Des had soured over 3 or 4 years. We're talking very short period, and I thought, there goes the revolution.
But see, there was no discussion when he made these major changes. Des was supposed.
That's right.
To meet with Bob at some point back east with
with the young ministers
Evangelica put on a meeting,
Mm.
and Bob came out against the Sabbath, and Des said, well, I'm not going. So he pulled out at the last minute.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
But see, there was huge division back then because of Dale leaving and because of Bob on the Sabbath. And Des was still convicted about the Sabbath. And even at GNU, there were particularly two of the wives who set up GNU, but there really wasn't enough talk about their aims and goals, and they were different. They wanted a congregational church, and Des had promised the brethren, I was there when he did it, he said, I will not divide the church. Pastoral concern, you can say, well, he should have, but you know, if you've worked for the church and they've been good to you as they were to us, and they changed their mind about it, it seems absolutely wrong to then go and destroy them. And see, Des made that promise in the Friday afternoon at Close Review. You would never divide the church.
I think that he did and you did the right thing and you went with your conscience. I think it's ironic, though, that essentially the Glacier View episode and the kangaroo court nature of wheeling out Des as the scapegoat, that did divide the church, and that division is still apparent to this day.
Yeah.
See, with Dale coming out with Dale's group, they were very anti-Des. I'm not saying everybody, but you can see it in their, I've seen the blogs where they speak about Des. And Bob too came out. For instance, in one of the volumes, I've got an article by Doug Hackelman, who interviewed Bob in Adventist Currents in 1984, when Bob was shifting out of Adventism and he was into the moral influence theory, which is one of the concerns I have, it because Bob has taken I think the logical conclusion completely out of Christianity. So they were both in the same position. You've got Doug Hackelman and Bob. They're both moral influence. And in there, Bob sort of sneers at Des. He's thrown out apocalyptic. He's thrown out the Sabbath and Paul and so on. So I don't know where I'm going with that, but
well, I think you're saying that, you know, that there were things that Des wouldn't let go of. I've chatted to some of these guys personally when I went over to the former Adventist Fellowship last year, not this one just gone, and I got the sense that there was a huge amount of respect for Des, still very much ongoing. And I think the only thing that they would say, and Dale has said, I didn't know Bob Brinsmead said it, but they really wanted to make the Sabbath clearly not a salvific thing, and they felt that Des was maybe still making it salvific. Because I don't think he was.
No.
So was it just maybe a misunderstanding of how they worded things, and he felt they were being a bit aggressive? Ironically, the church thought he was still aggressive.
I always call them Seventh-day dispensationalists because they remind me very much of the Plymouth Brethren, who have this unusual view of the covenants. It's sort of, I can't even really explain it to you. It's like they get to 2 Corinthians 3, where it talks about the better ministry, and one goes left and the other goes right. But I'd had a dealing with the Plymouth Brethren when I was about 18 and got put off that doing away with the law thing, because I thought if you do away with the law, it's written into the moral and the physical universe, and the whole thing collapses. So I'm pretty simplistic, but I couldn't go with that. And he definitely differed, but see, Dale and Des, and they were always courteous to each other.
I've never heard Dale ever put down Des. I've never heard Dale. Dale loves Des.
See, those issues that Ryan and these other people are going for, it's exactly the same back in the early 80s. And Des said the church would have loved for them to split, to take all these people out who were arguing all the time. Just didn't want to do it.
Wouldn't it have been interesting, Bob, just out of interest, and I'm just going to quickly pick up Renee, but you guys keep chatting without me for 5 minutes, if that's all right. But
Yeah.
Bob, I'm really interested if GNU had said, hey, we're starting an actual congregation, not just a resource or a fellowship that gathers, would it have been something that would have potentially tempted you to leave Adventism and join the new Adventism?
Good
You talking
question.
to me?
This is for Bob.
Oh, Bob.
Good question. The short answer is no, only because at that time I was sufficiently sociologically informed about what we call new social movements, right? And
yeah.
how they form and what the essential and necessary conditions are for a successful social movement to perpetuate itself, sustain itself, and you need all of those political, economic, cultural differentiators and resources. So I could see a lot of well-meaning, and I only say this through a content analysis of magazines that were being published with articles and interviews. Evangelica, I've still got all of those, and that other one that used to come out on yellow paper. What was that called? For a while, but there were 2 or 3 of them from independent groups that had split off because of Glacier View. There was Evangelica. There was this yellow paper.
Not the Verdict one.
No, there's Verdict separate again, but
I don't remember the yellow one.
No. Well, I've got quite a few editions of them, and I'll dig them out for our next talk.
Do you have Evangelicas?
Yeah.
I've got Evangelicas. Yep. Why?
I'm going to come down to your place and see what you've got down there.
Hey, I'll be back in 5, and I think what you're saying is very true, and I think that Gillian and Des had great foresight in knowing that would happen too.
Yes,
they just ran with it.
Gillian didn't have much say in it, I can tell you.
I'll be right back. Keep chatting, everyone.
I was relieved.
Enjoy my new hosts.
I took up the question with Bob, and he claims he was never interested in a splinter, an offshoot as they were called. And I asked him because the awakeners that I had, his followers were called awakeners, as you know. The awakeners I'd interviewed all expressed great alarm when he kept shifting his position on things, and then I would say, so what's your reaction when he changed from the perfectionism of the 60s into the 70s? Well, we're alarmed, but eventually we read our way into it, and then what's happened now that is changing from 70s gospel to post Ellen White 80s, and similar alarm, and then okay, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt and we'll go along with it. So I asked Bob, I said, Bob, every time you've changed your position, you traumatize people. And he looked at me as if to say, no, I don't. And I said, because these people, your fan club, are really, they hang on to every word you say and take seriously every position you put. And so when you change, you could turn around and say, well, that's all rubbish now. Now we're going to go in this direction. You just, aren't you pastorally concerned for them, and he kind of, again, scornfully said something along the lines of, well, they're all adults and I'm not forcing them to come with me. And then he went on to a thing about, Robert, I'm on a pilgrimage. I'm a pilgrim. I'm on a journey, and I don't care whether people come with me or they don't come with me. I when something it has to be a destination, a goal I see is to be reached, I just set out for it, and that's how I am. And it was like too bad about them, you know. And whereas Des, as you know better than I, was definitely not of that kind of charismatic, tough, hard. He
Well,
had
I'll tell you an episode that you won't know where I'm going for the start, but I'll soon get there. I've just switched my phone off. In the Friday afternoon, Neil Wilson accused Des of colluding with Bob Brinsmead to send out 50,000 of the Forum cassettes.
right. Yes.
And this was never put into their official notes, which I have, and I've put in one of my books.
Right.
I got hold of those from Bertolodiak at the archives, who's now gone, so I can tell you that. So anyway, let me think what I was going to say.
Talking about
So Des and I both remembered the figure of 50,000, but as I say, it was never written up. That was kept out. In fact, any mention of Bob, which is a huge issue, they wanted, Parmenter wanted Des to damn Brinsmead.
Yes.
In the review. And fortunately, it's in one of his letters that he wrote to Des. So even though it was in the letter given to Des at the time of Glacier View, it was taken out by the time it was published in the ministry, because the church didn't want you to think that they put pressure on Des about Bob. And see, Des said, look, at the time he was preaching on righteousness by faith, I don't agree with his methods, but he said to me, I'm not going to save myself by damning another. He wouldn't do it, which they couldn't understand. But anyway, and then Gilbert Valentine told me that in the February 1980, before Glacier View, in a meeting, Neil Wilson brought up this figure of 50,000. So it's not just our word, it's in the record somewhere. Anyway, I thought I did a master's. I did a couple of things at uni in history. One was a master's, and I thought I could do the history. Hello,
Can I just hold your thought there for a moment? So this is Pocket, and I've got a special guest for you guys.
Oh, lovely.
Ruby, 5 years later.
Hello,
so
Ruby.
Watch this back. They'll see you at age 6, and here you are at age 11. How are you going today?
Good.
Going to say hi to everybody?
Hello.
Hello,
I remember
Ruby.
being 11. It was 70 years ago.
Oh, I love it. And this is Pocket. And
Hello,
Bob, when we
Pocket.
did our 2020 interview, there was Spot, which was very similar
Oh, I
to Pocket.
see.
But Spot sadly left this mortal coil.
Okay.
And so we got Pocket, who ironically
She's a girl.
has a little spot on the back. So
Yeah.
Wow. That's amazing. That's amazing. And I'm thinking now too, Peter and Ruby, that when I was 11, I was sent by my grandparents to come to boarding school here in Australia.
wow.
From
Wow.
PG. Yeah, and
Where did you
now
go?
Now I look at young 11-year-olds and I go, well, I'm not sure I could do the same to any of my 11-year-old. Well, they're all grown up now, but
Imagine if I said, "See you, Rubes."
yeah,
Go to boarding school.
Yeah.
Ah,
There's another country you've never been to or
that's
heard of.
insane. Was that Lilydale?
Sydney with the Caldwell family eventually.
Yeah.
It was meant to be Avondale, but Avondale was in a boarding school.
Yes, right.
Yes, and this is the beginning of '64. I was supposed to start there, but they were going to close down. So I stayed with Uncle Dave. Put his hand up and said, "You can stay with us in Sydney." And so I did. I joined them, and I stayed with my parents, and my mother and stepfather until they relocated to the Solomons. But I joined the Caldwell boarding school in about August 1964. Yeah,
that was a nice musical kind of happening as well.
it was meant to be. You know, what can I say? Yeah, sorry. Let's get back to. So,
Bye-bye.
you take this?
Nice to see you in Pocket.
See you, Pocket.
So anyway, I decided
See you,
to
honey.
see if I could do the history of who sent out the tapes, and I've got those articles in the book somewhere, volume 3, I think. But in doing this, I talked to Bob, I talked to Jack Zweimer through his niece who lives in Australia, and also I talked on the phone for about an hour with Norman, who ran Verdict. Can't think of his name for a minute. It's a famous name. And he said to me that Bob had Asperger's and that he would see people as animals.
Norman James.
Janus.
Norman Janus.
Yes.
He saw people as different types of animals, and he had no concept of how his fluctuating ideas affected people.
Yeah.
So,
I was still listening when I was gone, and what you said there about Bob not being aware that he was kind of hurting people as he shifted his. He was
that can be typical of people on the spectrum, but I think we're all on it. I think I'm on the spectrum somewhere.
So you eventually did find out who distributed the tapes.
Yes, and the funny thing was that when I was going through Parmenter's letters, he mentioned the person who was sending the tapes out, who was Don Croxton of New Mexico.
Right.
And the actual forum tapes, I asked Avondale Archives and PUC libraries to take a photograph of them and to send them to me, and they were both from New Mexico, from this ministry. Now, Don Croxton's brother was a Brinsmeadite, and he had an independent sort of a church, but it wasn't Bob who sent them out. And Bob said he never sent one out.
No.
Now, I think, I shouldn't say, I think one of the Brinsmeads actually started the rumour. There's certain people who contributed to Des losing his job. One was Bob, his association with Bob. They used that to fire Des. Another one was Heppenstall, because Heppenstall didn't believe in investigative judgment, but you wouldn't have known it at Lacey View. So
these are things that could have been done better.
We looked at it at the time. We thought, well, it's so strange, some of the things that happened. It must be meant to be. So we sort of accepted it.
All those Glacier View intellectuals, really, they were looking the other way.
Yeah.
I don't know, Jill. You're very kind to them, but I read their papers of a good sample of them and thought, what are these guys doing? This is a political moment, not a theological moment.
Yes, exactly.
And what they didn't seem to have any strategy for combating the obvious manipulation of votes, of achieving. I know you've exhausted yourself over consensus statements, and they are all just ploys for and this is the injustice that still sticks, and it's hard to explain to people why it is that 40 years, 45 years after all the events, these things still stick in your in your craw. I mean, it just, what on earth were we thinking to allow that to happen?
Yes.
And I mean, Bob was very scornful of the academics and the role they played at Glacier View. He called them a paddock of steers, while the bulls were getting. Have I shown you? Well, there's another interview with Bob I should share with you at some point, but it'll have you rolling about the floor. He's got an impish sense of humour, but he calls them paddock of steers, and I couldn't help but agree with that. I just thought, well, I had to be a bit kinder because that wasn't my job on the line, and I'd allowed myself to be played into this corner. You know, who would have gone there? They reminded me of the apostles who ran away after the confrontation in the garden.
Well, yeah,
Yes, I agree.
I don't feel,
Well said.
you know, looking back at it, they weren't the people who were at fault. Really, were the leadership, because it was all pre-planned. But you know, Neil Wilson went down to Loma Linda, and he basically got them off on one side, because he said that Des wasn't on trial. He wouldn't be on trial. His ideas would be. Well, he was on trial.
It's on trial.
But they went there thinking that he would be all right. And in volume 9, I think it's volume 9 because I always forget what's where, there's a note that I got while I was doing the volume. I wrote to Jim Londis, who was on a Sabbath school class, and I really liked Jim Londis, who was the minister at Sligo. There's a man of integrity. The only person who asked us to preach while we were in Washington, D.C. He had the courage to do that. And his memory, because all these men went to many meetings, whereas Jill only went to one. So I remember it. But he remembers the reaction of Fritz Guy and Jack Provencher, going down in a lift with Jack Provencher, and he said, I will never, ever go to a Bible conference that's supposed to be about looking at ideas and is set up to fire somebody. So this is an initial reaction on the Friday when they found out what had happened in the Friday afternoon meeting, because they didn't know what was happening. And of course, Parmenter said that I lied about it, which I didn't. I told him what had happened. But he said that I'd lied to them so that he could get out of there quickly. And so Fritz Guy, who was a very mild man and really considered the peer of the scholars, got angry with Jim Londis, who had been sightseeing, didn't have a clue of what was going on the Friday. Because Jim was one of the 6 who was on the committee doing the 10-point statement. And so initially, Fritz Guy was angry that he'd been part of this committee to down Des. But of course, you know, nobody knew what they were how they were going to use the 10-point statement. And that was all pre-planned. It was planned ahead of Glacier View.
I find their naivety, Jill, I find it almost willfully ignorant, and
Well,
it's stunning
I've
that they
got to
could not
say that-
possibly have foreseen what was going to happen. I mean, you know, maybe it's because I have a background in politics and sociology, but it was obvious to me, you know, from this perspective, as soon as I heard that he'd been, you know, called in after the you know, the presentation at, where was it, Angwin, or that got him into trouble, I just went, uh-oh, here we go. This is the start of a series of surely moves that would lead to an execution. And,
well,
you know,
we thought so. But there were points of hope. Yeah. Like I can remember Jim Londis and the Mexican man, I can't think of his name, had a PhD in Paul and the Epistles. Very clever man. Coming up early in the week, excited because they genuinely thought there was going to be change. Now that changed over the week, as particularly when Pearson's letter was read out on the Thursday. That put a damper on everybody. But it did seem, you know, Wilson was a very clever administrator. I've got a couple of letters I'm putting in volume 10 that I wrote to him, and look, they're so innocent. You know, I met with him for about 40 minutes when I first went there. Of course, he was scoping me out. I'd written him a letter. But, you know, I wrote to him, you know, he made you feel that he was going to be very, very fair. But it turned out he wasn't.
And And at the end of the day, he wasn't. And when you look at the 1984 Bill Johnson interview on the Ankerberg show, and he said in that show, look, the it's just the Glacier View people, scholars and academics just didn't see light in Des's teaching. The majority didn't. And we now know that that's a lie. Now, this is what Bob's saying. It's willful ignorance. And Dale Hutchings asks a very interesting question. What would Neil Wilson have done if all the SDA scholars had stuck with Des? And I just think they didn't. And
they should never have been there, Peter. They should
Right.
never have been there, because their presence, rightly or wrongly, optimistically or amoral or immorally, just being there, their presence puts their hand on the dagger. And this is how, you know, I'm putting it in political terms, but come on, you know, you're being invited to an execution here. And
they were very nice. I mean, Mrs. Canwright didn't go along.
Always very nice. You know, the Christians do it better.
I got invited.
Well, you know, they're not.
But see,
they're not
I feel I don't feel quite like you do, because I was there. There was betrayal all around, but they were taken off guard. And I say Neil Wilson was very clever.
Well, he's
very clever.
I just feel like know that the goodwill, the goodwill that was going to come to Glacier View was just a moment for him, an opportunity for him to do what he did, and then nobody could complain. You know, if the scholars, if the revisionists had stayed away and said, no thanks, we can see what's coming, you guys do your own dirty work, you know, then this question that you've put up here would have been an interesting one, because I think, you know, the very fact that they turned up was devastatingly bad politics. Sorry, look, I spent 10 years in Fiji, and 5 of those consulting fortnightly with the Prime Minister at the time, who was eventually cooed, but he was my wife's uncle. So and every fortnight we'd sit around dinner and discuss what was going on. But I also got very angry about that coup in 2006, and hence, you know, it was something I'd seen happen in 1980 in a religious setting. Here it was happening again in Fiji at the end of 2006, after 4 years of threatening and you know, attacks from the outside of government, outside of the parliamentary democracy that was going on. This bully was going to come and do the job, and and my wife's uncle, the Prime Minister, I said to him, come on, it's getting urgent. I flew over from Melbourne specifically to see him about 3 years before it happened, and said, you've got to do something about your military commander. And he said, don't worry, we've got it all under control, Robert. I said, okay. You know, I was only there for a weekend with a message to him, and you know, my wife can testify, all at my expense. And I said, I'm so concerned that he is out of order, and this was, if you don't nip this in the bud, sir, this thing is going to just, you know, spiral. And he and his advisors stood around on Sunday morning tea at his Prime Minister's residence and sort of, you'll be right, don't worry about it. You know, we've got this under control. And then I'm there in 2005, 2006, 2 years of editorializing about the problem with Fiji's military interfering in the parliamentary democracy. And then it happens. And then I'm, what?
Well, your master's degree was giving them warning back then. And I say
Yeah.
today to when I watched the Don McAdams ATSS program the other day, the Q&A part afterwards, are still feeling like, hey, yeah, it's going to be okay. And what did you say? The military advisor? What was the guy that was you said he's got it all wrong? The
military commander was
commander. Yeah. So I'm suggesting that Ted Wilson, the military commander of Adventism, is going to surprise you guys and continue leadership. So whatever you gospel Adventists do, now's your chance. It's the last chance.
I'll send you the photo. I'll send you the photo of Ted Wilson shaking hands with the military coup leader. Of all the people to greet and meet when he was visiting Fiji in 2009 or 10, his big photo opportunity all over the news was with the military commander, praying for him in his office, shaking hands, and the very families, I've got their names, who had members of their family killed. To this day, no one has been held to account.
Wow.
Here we go. Desford, no one has been held to account for that execution. These Adventist young family members who were, murdered by members of the regime, they've all, the murderers have all given themselves immunity. Here's the little constitution here. So they've given themselves immunity from prosecution. But Ted Wilson doesn't turn up to meet them, or these grieving, families that are lamenting and suffering the injustice. He turns up. I don't know. Maybe he had some higher purpose there to try and convince Frank.
It's a Trump syndrome.
Eh?
Trump syndrome.
Well, this is
fellowship with the rotters.
We live in an extraordinary time.
Oh, we do. And I sometimes shake my head, and I thought, well,
right, and it just to me,
it's
Adventism will never rest until it sorts out its attitude to past injustices. They
had no regrets because they came back in 1982 and went after us and took away our membership and called Des apostate. It's in they changed the workers manual. It's actually quite a story, but I've told it because I had all the documents.
Yeah.
They shared documents at the time over 1982, 1983, and you can see Neil Wilson's front story about how he's trying to bring Des back in.
Yeah.
And the back story, which I learnt through Vern Parmenter accidentally telling friends who told me. So that when the call came from the G said, oh, I know what this is. This is the front story. This is just like Glacier View. Because I already knew that they were going to act against Des again. So they took away his ordination, which you can't do because the Holy Spirit does that. Called him apostate and me as well, just for being married to him. And what was the other thing? Oh, went after our membership for 17 years while we were in America. And
you guys, the hour is getting late, and
the hour is getting late.
I'm slowing down, family.
We will wrap it up now, and we'll get you.
I'm sorry, I do go off.
No, Gillian, not at all.
Apologise.
Love having you on, Gillian.
I want to continue another one.
What we'll do is I'll wrap it up right now, and I just want to thank my guest today, Robert, for watching back our 2020 episode. Thank you, Gillian, for your input, and please, in fact, Gillian, last week I wanted you to come on after, but I realized I had to race off, and so I didn't even get your message until later.
That's all right.
So I definitely love your input, and
I've got plenty to do.
I think we've got John Den next week, our replay. And
that's
so we'll
good.
get Bob back soon to talk about the master's degree in more detail. See you guys. Thank you so much, everyone. Mammoth effort.
God
And
bless.
boy, there's some gems there in that last 20 minutes. See ya.